The old fire towers of the Appalachian Mountains are relics of a bygone era. Standing tall on lonely peaks, most have been left to rust and decay, forgotten by the world below. But for urban explorers, thrill seekers, and those just looking for a unique camping spot with an unparalleled view, they are irresistible beacons. The following are accounts from people who sought that thrill. They climbed the rickety stairs, settled into the glass-walled cabins in the sky, and found something waiting for them in the isolation. These are their stories. My name is Maya, and if I've learned anything from the past year, it's that some romantic gestures are better left as ideas, fantasies whispered in the dark rather than acted upon in the harsh light of day. My boyfriend, Liam, has always been the more adventurous one. While I find comfort in the predictable rhythm of city life, the familiar hum of traffic, the glow of streetlights painting patterns on our bedroom ceiling, Liam craves the silence of the wild, the unfiltered darkness of a forest at midnight. He collects experiences like I collect books, each one a story to be told and retold. The idea of camping in the old, abandoned fire tower in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains was his, of course. He'd found it on some obscure blog dedicated to urban exploration and forgotten places, and the image it painted was undeniably alluring. Two lovers, suspended between the earth and the stars with a 360-degree view of an untouched wilderness. It sounded like a scene from a movie, a perfect escape. The planning took weeks. Liam was meticulous, mapping out the trail, calculating the hike time, and assembling a pack with everything from a high-powered flashlight to a small, portable stove for making coffee at sunrise. I focused on the romance aspect, a string of battery-powered fairy lights, a playlist of soft acoustic music, and a bottle of wine carefully wrapped in a wool sweater to protect it. We were creating our own private world, a bubble of warmth and light in the middle of nowhere. The drive out of the city was a gradual shedding of civilization. Skyscrapers gave way to suburbs, suburbs to rolling farmland, and finally, farmland to the dense, imposing green of the mountains. The cell signal vanished 2 hours before we even reached the trailhead, a detail that sent a small, almost imperceptible shiver of unease down my spine. Liam, however, was ecstatic. "We're officially off the grid," he declared, grinning as he turned the car onto the gravel access road that marked the beginning of our ascent. The hike was more strenuous than I'd anticipated. The trail was overgrown, a faint suggestion of a path that the forest was actively trying to reclaim. The air grew thin and sharp with the scent of pine and damp earth. Every snap of a twig in the undergrowth made me jump, my city-honed senses on high alert for dangers I couldn't name. Liam, strong and steady, forged ahead, calling back encouragement, his voice a comforting anchor in the vast, indifferent silence. After nearly 3 hours of climbing, we saw it. The fire tower wasn't just old, it was skeletal, a lattice of rust-colored steel clawing at the sky. It looked like the fossil of some prehistoric beast. It was taller than I had imagined, maybe 100 feet or more, and a palpable aura of neglect hung about it. The first few flights of stairs were missing entirely, forcing us to scramble up a steep, muddy embankment just to reach the lowest landing. From there, the ascent was a terrifying symphony of groans and creaks. Each step I took on the metal grating sent a shudder through the entire structure. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze on the ground, became a persistent, howling force that threatened to peel us from the side of the tower. I kept my eyes fixed on Liam's boots, one step after the other, refusing to look down. "It's sturdy! They built these things to last!" Liam shouted over the wind, though his voice was tight with an excitement that bordered on mania. I wasn't so sure. I could feel the sway, a sickening, rhythmic lurch that made my stomach clench. When we finally pushed open the heavy trapdoor into the cabin at the top, I collapsed onto the dusty floor, my body trembling with a mixture of fear and relief. The cabin was a small, square room, maybe 15 by 15 feet, encased in windows on all four sides. The glass in most of them was shattered, leaving gaping holes for the wind to whistle through. The floor was littered with debris, old beer cans, faded graffiti, and the sad, scattered remains of a bird that had met its end here. But the view was breathtaking. It stole the air from my lungs and replaced it with a profound sense of awe. We were on top of the world. A rolling, endless ocean of trees stretched out in every direction, the peaks of distant mountains like waves frozen in time. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange, pink, and purple. For a while, the fear melted away. We swept out the worst of the debris, laid out our sleeping bags, and strung up the fairy lights. Liam lit a few candles, their small flames dancing bravely against the encroaching twilight. He opened the wine, and we sat on the floor, our backs against our packs, watching the last sliver of sun disappear below the horizon. The world was cast in a deep, velvety blue. It was perfect. It was romantic. It was everything he had promised. We talked for what felt like hours, our voices low in the vast emptiness. The wind died down to a whisper, and the forest below settled into a deep, resonant silence, punctuated only by the chirping of crickets. That's when I saw him. My gaze had been drifting across the darkening landscape, trying to trace the outlines of the ridges against the star-dusted sky. And then, my eyes snagged on something. At the edge of the clearing directly below the tower, where the dense forest began, there was a figure. It was too far to make out any details, just a solid man-shaped silhouette standing starkly against the fading light. It was unnervingly still. Not a hunter waiting, not a hiker resting. Just standing, facing the tower. "Liam," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. I didn't take my eyes off the shape. "Look, down there." "Look at what?" he murmured, his attention on refilling our plastic wine glasses. "There, at the edge of the trees." My heart had begun to beat a frantic, heavy rhythm against my ribs. "There's someone standing there." He leaned forward, squinting into the gloom. He was quiet for a long moment. "Where?" "I don't see anything, babe. Right there," I insisted, my voice rising with a frantic edge I couldn't control. I raised a trembling hand and pointed. "He's right at the tree line. He's just watching us." Liam followed my finger, his brow furrowed in concentration. He scanned the area for a full minute before shaking his head and leaning back with a soft chuckle. "Maya, honey, there's nothing there. It's probably just a weirdly shaped tree stump or a shadow. Your eyes are playing tricks on you in the dark." "No," I said, my voice firm. "It's not a tree, it's a person. I can see the shape of a head and shoulders." He looked again, more to humor me than anything else. "I'm telling you, I see nothing but trees. You're just spooked from the climb." He reached over and squeezed my shoulder reassuringly. "We're completely alone out here. That's the whole point." But I knew what I had seen, and it wasn't a tree. I pulled away from his touch, my body rigid, and pressed my face closer to the cold, grimy glass. The figure hadn't moved. Not an inch. It just stood there, a silent, solitary sentinel in the vast, dark wilderness, its unseen gaze fixed on our tiny, fragile bubble of light. And I had the sickening, certain feeling that it knew I was watching it back. Liam's dismissal felt like a physical blow, colder than the wind slicing through the broken window panes. He saw my fear, but he didn't believe the cause of it. To him, my terror was a malfunction, a bug in my city, girl software that couldn't process the vast, untamed wilderness. He slid closer, wrapping an arm around me, but his touch offered no comfort. It felt like an attempt to contain my panic, not share it. "Okay, you're right," he said, his voice taking on the placating tone one uses with a frightened child. "Let's say there is someone down there. What's the worst that could happen? It's probably just another hiker who got lost and is waiting for sunrise. We're 100 feet up, Maya. The door is a solid piece of steel. We're perfectly safe." He was trying to apply logic to a situation that felt utterly devoid of it. My fear wasn't rational. It was primal, an ancient instinct screaming that the thing below was a predator and we, in our glass box, were the prey. "He's not lost," I whispered, my eyes still locked on the silhouette. "He's not moving. He's just standing there." "Liam, please, just look again. Really look." With an exaggerated sigh, he leaned forward once more, cupping his hands around his eyes to block the candlelight. "Babe, I am looking. I see the big pine tree on the left, the cluster of rocks next to it, and the edge of the clearing. I do not see a person. I promise you." He pulled back and gave me a gentle shake.
"Come on.
"Let's get some sleep. Everything looks different in the morning." But I couldn't. Sleep felt like a betrayal, a surrender. How could I close my eyes knowing that thing was down there? The romantic bubble had not just popped. It had been obliterated, replaced by a suffocating dome of dread. The fairy lights now seemed mocking, their cheerful twinkle a stark contrast to the cold, knot of fear in my stomach. The soft music from our speaker was an irritating buzz. Liam, sensing my resistance, finally gave up. He crawled into his sleeping bag, zipped it up to his chin, and turned his back to me. A clear signal that the conversation was over. Within minutes, the steady rhythm of his breathing filled the small cabin, a sound that, for the first time in our relationship, brought me no comfort. It only amplified my solitude. I was truly alone in my vigil. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. I sat on the cold floor, my knees drawn up to my chest, my arms wrapped around them in a futile attempt to stop shivering. The moon rose, casting a pale, spectral light over the landscape. It did little to illuminate the figure below, only deepening the shadows around it, making it seem more substantial, more solid. It remained utterly, unnervingly still. I watched for any sign of movement, a shift in weight, the lift of a hand, anything to prove it was just a person. But there was nothing. It was as if it were a statue carved from the darkness itself. My mind began to race, cycling through increasingly terrifying possibilities. Was it a prank? Some local legend we'd stumbled into? Or was it something worse? Something that defied explanation? Around what must have been 2 in the morning, a new sound joined the whisper of the wind. A sharp crack. It came from directly below the tower. It wasn't the sound of a falling branch or a foraging animal. It was the distinct, deliberate sound of a heavy foot snapping a dry twig. My entire body went rigid. I held my breath, straining my ears, listening for a follow-up. Silence. The deep, profound silence of the forest returned, now heavier, more menacing than before. Liam stirred in his sleep, mumbling something incoherent before settling back into a deep slumber. He hadn't heard it. The sound had been just for me. My gaze darted back to the figure. Had it moved? I couldn't be sure. The distance and the darkness played tricks on the eyes. But I felt a change. The stillness, which had been passive, now felt charged, expectant. The watcher was no longer just watching, it was waiting. That's when I remembered the flashlight. Liam's high-powered, tactical flashlight. The one he'd boasted could light up a football field. It was in his backpack, just a few feet away. The thought of using it was both terrifying and irresistible. A part of me screamed not to look, to remain in the relative ignorance of the darkness. But a larger, more desperate part needed to know. I needed to see what was staring up at us from the edge of the woods. Moving with excruciating slowness, careful not to make a sound that might wake Liam, I crept over to his pack. My fingers fumbled with the zipper, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the silent cabin. I finally pulled the flashlight free. It was heavy and cold in my trembling hand. I crawled back to the window, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard, I thought it might break through. I took a deep, shaky breath, raised the flashlight, and aimed it at the spot. My thumb hovered over the switch for a long second that stretched into an eternity. Then, I pressed it. A brilliant, white beam cut through the darkness, instantly illuminating the clearing below. And it was there. It wasn't a stump. It wasn't a shadow. It was a man, or at least, it was shaped like one. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in dark, tattered clothing that seemed to hang from his bony frame. But it was his face, or lack thereof, that made the air freeze in my lungs. His head was wrapped in what looked like dirty, yellowed bandages, covering every inch of his features. There were no eye holes, no slit for a mouth. Just a smooth, blank, mummified surface. And as the beam of light hit him, he didn't flinch. He didn't shield his face, he didn't run. He just stood there. And then, with a horrifying, unnatural slowness, he raised one long, pale arm and pointed directly up at me. A scream tore from my throat, raw and rag. I scrambled backward, dropping the flashlight, which rolled across the floor, its beam now dancing wildly across the ceiling.
Wake up!
Wakey!
I shrieked, shaking his shoulder with all my strength. He shot up, disoriented and angry. What? Maya, what the hell is wrong with you? The man! The man below! He's... I couldn't form the words. I just pointed frantically at the window. For God's sake, just look. Grumbling, he crawled to the window and peered out into the darkness, now made even darker by the loss of the flashlight's main beam. There is nothing there, he yelled, his voice echoing in the small space. I told you, you're freaking yourself out.
I saw him! Liam!
He was wrapped in bandages and he pointed at me. I was sobbing now, hysterical with a terror so profound it felt like it was dissolving me from the inside out. That's it. I've had enough of this, he said, his voice cold and hard. He grabbed the flashlight, switched it off, and threw it back into his pack. We're going to sleep. And in the morning, we're leaving. This was a mistake. He retreated back to his sleeping bag, leaving me alone in the center of the room, shaking in the near total darkness. The night was no longer silent. Every gust of wind sounded like a raspy breath. Every creak of the old tower was a footstep on the stairs. I didn't dare look out the window again. I didn't need to. I could feel the stare of the bandaged man, burning through the floorboards. His silent, pointing finger an accusation and a promise. The sun felt a lifetime away, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I would not sleep. I would just wait for the dawn, and for whatever was coming with it. Liam's anger was an invisible wall, trapping me with a fear that was now absolute. He was asleep only a few feet away, yet he might as well have been on another planet. The silence that followed his dismissal was louder than my scream. It was a silence full of judgment, a silence that called me crazy. I was left utterly alone in our glass cage in the sky, with the abyss below and the fresh memory of that pale, pointing finger. I didn't dare move. I sat frozen on the cold floor, staring at the space where Liam had disappeared into his sleeping bag. Every one of my senses was screaming. The tower, once silent, was now alive with whispers of its own. Every gust of wind through the broken panes sounded like a ragged breath. Every creak of the old steel frame was a slow footstep on the stairs. My mind replayed the image of the bandaged face. It had no eyes, but I could feel its gaze. It burned up through the floorboards, pinning me in place. Time passed with torturous slowness. The moon crept across the sky, casting a cold, silver light into the cabin. I counted each of Liam's breaths, trying to anchor myself to that small piece of reality. But the more I listened, the more alien and distant it sounded. He was a stranger sleeping beside me in this tomb suspended in the sky. And then I heard it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the tower settling. It was something else. A metallic scraping sound. It came from below, from the stairs. It was faint, deliberate, but undeniable. A steady rhythm, up, up, up. The monster was climbing. An icy dread shot through my spine, jolting my paralyzed body back to life. "Lime," I hissed, my voice a pathetic tremor. "Lime, wake up." He didn't move. I crawled to him, my fear momentarily eclipsing his anger. I shook his shoulder, harder this time.
Liam, please, someone is on the stairs.
He swatted my hand away irritably, muttering something incoherent and rolling over. The scraping came again, closer now, directly beneath the cabin floor. Raw panic took over. I was done with his anger. I screamed directly into his ear.
Yoop yoop. Yeah, I yoop yoop.
That did it. He shot upright, his eyes wild with a mixture of rage and confusion. "What the hell is wrong with you?"
Maya.
"I told you." His words died in his throat. The scraping had stopped. In the ensuing silence, a new sound emerged, one that froze the blood in both our veins. A soft tap on the steel trapdoor in the floor. We both stared, frozen, at the metal square in the center of the room. The moonlight glinted off its surface, highlighting the scratches and rust. The anger on Liam's face vanished, replaced by a mask of disbelief that slowly cracked, giving way to dawning horror. He heard it. He finally understood my fear was not a fantasy. Tap, tap, tap. It was a patient, measured sound, unhurried. Then the scraping began again, but different this time. It was the sound of fingertips or nails, slowly tracing the edge of the trapdoor, searching for a purchase. "We have to do something," Liam whispered, his voice high and tight. He glanced wildly around the room, as if looking for an escape that didn't exist. We were boxed in. We were trapped. The trapdoor shuddered slightly, followed by a loud groan as metal strained. It was being pushed from below.
Help me!
Liam cried out, lunging for the door and throwing his full weight onto it.
Maya, help me!
I scrambled over, and we both pressed down on the cold steel, using every ounce of our strength to hold it shut. I could feel the pressure from the other side, impossibly strong, a silent, relentless force. The edge of the door lifted a fraction of an inch, letting the damp smell of earth and rot seep into the cabin. "I can't hold it," Liam gasped, his face pale with terror. "It's too strong." I saw the muscles in his arms trembling, sweat beading on his temples. I could hear my own bones groaning under the strain. But then, I saw something on the eastern horizon. A faint, gray band of light, separating night from dawn. "Look," I cried, my voice raw with a mixture of terror and hope. "The sun!" "The sun is coming up." As if my words were a signal, the pressure from beneath the door vanished. It was simply gone, leaving us to collapse onto the now motionless steel plate. Silence returned, but this time it was an empty, blessed silence. We lay there for several minutes, hearts hammering, listening to the absence of sound. Liam was the first to move. He slowly got to his feet, his body trembling. He stared at the trapdoor as if it were a venomous snake, then he looked at me, his eyes wide with a terrible, dawning guilt. Don't," I cut him off, my voice flat. "We need to get out of here. Now." We packed in a frantic, silent rush, shoving our sleeping bags and gear into our packs with no regard for order. The first light of dawn filled the cabin, revealing the squalor of the place and making a mockery of the romance we'd imagined. Liam reached for the trapdoor, then hesitated, looking at me. I gave him a silent nod. He pulled it open slowly, revealing the steel staircase descending into the gloom below. There was nothing there. No one. The climb down was worse than the climb up. We didn't dare look down, didn't dare look anywhere but the next step. Every footfall was laced with the fear that a cold hand would reach out from the steel lattice and grab our ankles. The moment our feet hit solid ground, we ran. We ran like we had never run before, away from the tower and what it held. We didn't stop until we were back at the car, the doors securely locked. The drive home was a tense, silent affair. Liam tried to speak a few times, tried to apologize, but the words were meaningless to me. He hadn't seen what I had seen. He couldn't understand the terror that had now taken root in my soul. He could tell himself it was a bad dream. I knew the truth. I had seen the faceless face. It's been a year. We broke up not long after that night. The memory was a chasm between us that could never be bridged. I moved into a new apartment in the heart of the city, where the neon lights burn all night and the sound of sirens keeps the silence at bay. I never go hiking anymore, and I always sleep with a light on. Sometimes in the quietest hours of the night, when the city holds its breath, I feel it. The sensation of being watched. I'll look out my window at the pooled shadows in the alleyways below, and I know it's still out there, somewhere in the vast, waiting darkness, and it still remembers me. My name is Alex, to be more precise, Alexander Vance, a name that appears under photographs in niche galleries and on the glossy pages of nature magazines that people flip through while waiting for their coffee. I'm a landscape photographer, but that title feels too clean, too simple. I'm more of a collector of forgotten places, a chaser of light in locations that have long been surrendered to dust and silence. My passion isn't just capturing a beautiful vista. It's about capturing the soul of a place, its history, its solitude. That pursuit has led me to the skeletal remains of mining towns in the Rockies, to the salt, crusted hulls of beached ships on the Oregon coast, and now to the green, rolling heart of the Appalachian Mountains. The idea for this trip had lodged itself in my mind months ago, a stubborn splinter I couldn't ignore. I'd stumbled upon a blog post from nearly a decade prior, written by a hiker who mentioned an old, decommissioned fire tower deep within the national forest. He called it the Iron Sentinel, and his brief description was like a siren's call. A rickety metal skeleton, climbing 100 feet into the sky, culminating in a small glass, walled cabin that offered an uninterrupted 360-degree view of the surrounding wilderness. The post had no specific coordinates, only a vague description of a barely their trail off a certain service road. It was perfect. An adventure to earn the shot. The idea of capturing a full panorama of a sunset and sunrise from that vantage point, to watch the world transform from a god's eye view, was an obsession I had to satisfy. The journey began with a 6-hour drive from the city, the concrete and steel slowly dissolving into winding country roads, then gravel, and finally, a rutted dirt track that my beat up 454 handled with a familiar, groaning complaint. I found the service road mentioned in the blog, a path so overgrown it looked more like a deer trail. Parking the truck, I felt the first real wave of isolation wash over me. The air was different here, thick with the scent of damp earth, pine, and something ancient and wild. The only sound was the whisper of wind through an ocean of leaves. With my heavy pack cinched tight, loaded with camera gear, a tripod, a sleeping bag, and enough food and water for 2 days, I started the hike. The trail was a ghost. I spent the better part of 3 hours bushwhacking, using a compass and my best guess, my legs burning and my lungs hiving. The forest was dense, a cathedral of green and brown where the sunlight struggled to pierce the canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns. More than once, I had the unnerving sensation of being watched, a primal feeling that raises the hairs on your arms. I'd stop, listen, and hear nothing but the scuttling of some unseen creature in the undergrowth. I dismissed it as city dwellers' paranoia. Finally, through a break in the trees, I saw it. The Iron Sentinel. It was more imposing than I had imagined, a stark, rust-colored structure clawing at the sky. It looked alien against the organic chaos of the forest, a man-made fossil from a forgotten era. As I drew closer, I could see the decay. Paint peeled from the steel girders like sunburnt skin, and a web of thick, thorny vines clung to the lower struts. A faded, bullet-riddled sign at the base read, U.S. Forest Sar IC, Nuno Tirespas NG. The warning only added to the thrill. The climb was the true test. The metal stairs, arranged in a dizzying switchback pattern, groaned and protested under my weight. Each step was a percussive clang that echoed in the unnerving quiet. I kept my eyes fixed on the step in front of me, not daring to look down, feeling the tower sway, almost imperceptibly in the breeze. It felt like climbing the spine of some long-dead beast. Halfway up, I paused, clinging to the railing, and risked a glance. The forest had already shrunk below me, a textured carpet of green. The world was expanding. My fear was slowly being replaced by exhilaration. Reaching the top, I hauled myself onto the final platform, my heart hammering from both exertion and adrenaline. And there was the cabin, my sanctuary for the night. It was a small, square room, perhaps 10 by 10 feet, enclosed on all 4 sides by large panes of glass, now grimy with years of neglect. A metal catwalk just wide enough for one person encircled it. I slid open the unlocked door, another groan of rusty metal, and stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with the smell of dust and sun, baked decay. A simple metal cot was folded against one wall, a broken wooden chair lay on its side, and an old map of the region, yellowed and torn, was still tacked to the inside of the door. But the mess didn't matter. The view was everything. It was breathtaking, a truly divine panorama of rolling mountains stretching to every horizon, their peaks hazy and blue in the late afternoon light. I was completely and utterly alone, the king of my own silent, empty kingdom. The next few hours were a photographer's dream. I cleaned a section of each window, set up my tripod in the center of the room, and began my work. I watched, mesmerized, as the sun began its descent, setting the sky ablaze. The world bled through a spectrum of colors I've rarely witnessed. Fiery orange, soft rose, deep violet, and finally, a bruised, inky indigo. I shot hundreds of frames, my camera's clicks the only punctuation in the vast, silent epic unfolding around me. As the last sliver of light vanished, a profound, absolute silence descended. It wasn't just quiet, it was the absence of sound, a heavy blanket that seemed to smother the world. With my work done, I ate a cold dinner of beef jerky and a protein bar. Leaning against the glass and watching the first stars begin to prick the darkness. The sheer scale of the night sky out here, with no light pollution, was humbling. The Milky Way was a brilliant, shimmering smear across the heavens. I felt a deep sense of peace, a satisfaction that made the arduous journey entirely worthwhile. I rolled out my sleeping bag on the dusty floor, using my pack as a pillow, and fell asleep to the silent spectacle of the cosmos. I don't know what time it was when the sound first pulled me from the depths of sleep. My consciousness returned slowly, snagging on a single, sharp noise that didn't belong. Tap. I lay perfectly still, my eyes wide open in the pitch-black cabin, my mind struggling to place the sound. It was distinct. Not the creak of the tower settling or the whisper of wind. It was a deliberate, pointed noise. Tap. It came from the window to my right, the one facing east. It sounded exactly like a fingernail lightly rapping on a pane of glass. My heart gave a painful jolt, and I sat up, every muscle in my body tensing. I held my breath, straining my ears, listening to the crushing silence that followed. My logical mind immediately started flipping through explanations. A bird, maybe a nocturnal woodpecker, confused by the glass. A loose piece of metal on the catwalk, rattling in a stray gust of wind. Then, another thought, colder and sharper, cut through the rationalizations. I was 100 feet in the air. There were no trees tall enough to brush against this cabin, no branches to tap on the glass, and the sound had a peculiar quality. It was measured, patient. I waited for what felt like an eternity, my own breathing loud in my ears. Nothing. The silence returned, deeper and more menacing than before. My pulse began to slow. I told myself I'd imagined it, a fragment of a dream carrying over into the waking world. It was easy to get spooked in a place like this. I was about to lie back down, to dismiss it and try to reclaim my sleep, when it came again. Tap. From the same window. Sharp, clear, and undeniably real. Freeze. That's the only word for it. My body became a statue of ice and adrenaline. Every rational thought I had painstakingly constructed. The bird, the wind, a loose wire, shattered into a million pieces, leaving behind only the sharp, cold certainty of terror. The sound was intentional. It was methodical, and it was outside my window, 100 feet above the forest floor. The tapping stopped as abruptly as it had begun, plunging the cabin back into that suffocating, absolute silence. But the silence was different now. It was charged, heavy with anticipation. It was the silence of a predator that knows it has been noticed. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I remained sitting bolt upright in my sleeping bag, my ears straining so hard it felt like they might bleed. I tried to control my breathing, to quiet the ragged gasps for air that seemed deafening in the small space. Where would it come from next? The question echoed in the vault of my skull. I slowly, deliberately, turned my head to face the east window, the source of the sound. Through the grimy glass, I could see nothing but the faint, ghostly glow of the Milky Way against an ocean of black. Then it came. Tap. Tap. From the window behind me. The north-facing window. My blood ran cold. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the simple, horrifying logistics of it. The catwalk outside was narrow, a grated metal walkway that encircled the cabin. For a person to move from the east window to the north window would have taken several seconds and would have been accompanied by the unmistakable sound of footsteps on metal. There had been no such sound. It was as if the source of the tapping had simply ceased to exist in one spot and instantly rematerialized in another. My mind, in its desperation, tried to cling to logic again. Maybe there were two of them. Two people. But that made even less sense. Who would climb 100-foot, dilapidated tower in the middle of the night just to tap on the windows? The motive was incomprehensibly alien. And how had they climbed it so silently? The groaning, clanging protest of the stairs under my own weight was still fresh in my memory. Tap. 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 The west window. Directly opposite the first, it was toying with me. A cold, calculating intelligence was at play, circling me, testing the boundaries of my sanity. I felt a primal scream building in my throat, a raw, animal sound of pure fear, but I choked it down, clamping my hand over my mouth. Making a sound felt like a surrender, like an admission that the game had a victim. And then, the final, sanity-shredding stroke, the one that broke me. The tapping started again. This time, it came from all four windows. At the same time, a synchronized, rhythmic percussion. Tap, tap, tap from the north. Tap, tap, tap from the south. Tap, tap, tap from the east and west. The small cabin was suddenly filled with the sound. A delicate, maddening chorus of fingernails on glass, enclosing me in a cage of sound. It was impossible. Utterly physically impossible. No single person could do it. Not even four people could coordinate it so perfectly, so instantaneously. That's when the survival instinct finally kicked in, overriding the paralysis. I needed a light. I needed to see. My hands, trembling uncontrollably, fumbled for my phone on the floor beside my sleeping bag. My fingers felt clumsy, numb, but they finally closed around the cool, smooth case. I swiped the screen on, the sudden glare of the home screen blinding me. With shaking thumbs, I found the flashlight function and activated it. A powerful, white beam cut through the darkness. I aimed it at the nearest window, the west one. The tapping on that pane stopped the instant the light hit it. But the tapping from the other three windows continued, unabated. I swept the beam to the south window. The tapping there ceased, but the north and east windows continued their rhythm. It was a horrifying game of whack-a-mole. Whatever was out there, it was reacting to the light. It was intelligent. And it was fast. With a surge of desperate courage, I scrambled to my feet, the sleeping bag tangling around my legs. I aimed the beam directly into the center of the room, letting the reflected light illuminate all four walls at once. And in that moment, all the tapping stopped. silence, complete and total. I stood there, panting, phone held out like a weapon, the beam of light dancing with the tremor of my hands. I scanned the windows, one by one. Nothing. Just my own pale, terrified face reflected in the grimy glass. The catwalk outside was empty. The vast, starry night was the only witness. But it wasn't empty. It couldn't be. The sound had been real. I stayed frozen like that for what felt like an hour, my muscles screaming in protest. The silence stretched on, thin and brittle. The immediate threat seemed to have passed, but the fear had changed. It had seeped into the very air of the cabin, a permanent stain. I was trapped in a box in the sky, and something was outside, something that defied physics and reason. Slowly, cautiously, I lowered the phone. I didn't dare turn the flashlight off. I backed away from the center of the room until my back was pressed against the cold metal of the door. It felt like the only solid thing in my world. From this vantage point, I could see all the windows. I wouldn't be taken by surprise again. That's when the new sound began. It was worse than the tapping. Far worse. It was a soft, dragging scrape. It came from the catwalk, starting near the north window. It was the sound of something heavy, something with texture, being pulled slowly across the metal grating. It was a wet, dragging sound, punctuated by a faint, rhythmic thump. Scrape thump. Scrape thump. It was the sound of a sack of wet cement being dragged around the cabin. Or a body. My stomach churned. A foul odor began to snake its way through gaps in the window frames, a smell that turned my insides to water. It was a coppery, metallic smell, thick and cloying, like a butcher's shop left to rot in the summer heat. It was the smell of old blood, and beneath it, an earthy, fungal scent of damp soil and decay. The scraping was moving, circling the cabin. Scrape thump. It was on the west side now. Scrape thump. Now the south. It was taking its time, a slow, deliberate patrol. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic, disjointed thoughts. The feeling of being watched in the woods. The bullet holes in the sign. The decade-old blog post. Had the hiker who wrote it made it out? Or had he become another story, whispered by the wind in these ancient mountains? I had to look. I had to know. The not knowing was a special kind of torture. I crept towards the east window, the one where it all began, keeping my phone's light pointed at the floor to minimize my own visibility. The scraping was on that side now, just outside the glass. The smell was overpowering. I pressed my face close to the grimy pane, peering into the sliver of the catwalk that was visible beyond the glare of my own reflection. For a moment, I saw nothing but the metal grating and the stars beyond. Then, something moved into the periphery of the view. It wasn't a person. It was too tall, too thin, a silhouette against the starlight. Its limbs were long and spindly, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. It was dragging something behind it, a lumpy, misshapen sack that produced the scraping, thumping sound. As it turned its head, a small, oblong shape atop a long, slender neck, I saw a single point of faint, red light, like the ember of a dying cigarette. It paused, its single red eye seeming to stare directly into the cabin, directly at me. I recoiled from the window, stumbling backward, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. My back hit the door with a loud thud. The scraping stopped. The red eye vanished. Absolute silence returned. But I had seen it. It was real. My sanity wasn't broken, the world was. And then, a new sound. A sound so close, so intimate, it made my heart stop altogether. Click. It was the sound of a lock. But there was no lock. I looked down at the door handle. It was a simple thumb latch mechanism. The click had come from within it, slowly, with an agonizing, rusty screech that scraped at my nerves. The metal latch began to turn. Time warped. The slow, screeching turn of that small metal latch stretched into an eternity. Every nerve in my body screamed a single, silent word: run. But my feet were lead, fused to the dusty floor. My back was pressed so hard against the door that I could feel the vibration of the turning mechanism through the steel. A cold, mechanical life stirring against my spine. The phone, still clutched in my hand, felt useless. What good was a beam of light against something that could turn a lock from the inside without touching it? The latch completed its turn with a final definitive clack. For a heartbeat, there was silence again. A thick, pregnant pause. Then, with a low groan of tortured metal, the door began to swing inward. It opened into darkness. The overpowering stench of rot and old blood washed over me in a physical wave, making me gag. I braced myself for the sight of the spindly, red-eyed creature forcing its way in. But there was nothing there. The doorway was an empty black rectangle leading out onto the catwalk. My mind couldn't process the void. It was there, I had seen it. The smell was proof. The sound was proof. The impossible physics of the night were proof. My paralysis broke, shattered by a surge of pure, animal panic. This was my only chance. I didn't know what kind of game this was, but the open door was an invitation I had to take. With a guttural yell that was torn from my lungs, I threw myself forward, not through the doorway, but at the door. I slammed my shoulder into the edge, shoving it wide open, and stumbled out onto the narrow catwalk. The cold night air was a shock to my system. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I scrambled to my right, my hands slapping against the cold railing, my feet fumbling on the grated metal. I had to get to the stairs. That's when I heard it from inside the cabin. A wet, tearing sound. And then a low, guttural chittering, like 1,000 insects clicking in unison. It was the sound of something unfurling. I found the opening for the stairs and threw myself down the first flight, my descent a clumsy, uncontrolled fall. My boots crashed against the metal steps with explosive bangs that echoed into the abyss below. Clang, 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 clang. Each impact was a prayer, a desperate plea for speed. The entire tower seemed to shudder and sway with my frantic escape. I clung to the railing, my knuckles white, my gaze fixed on the next step, the next landing, the next turn. The chittering sound grew louder, spilling out of the cabin above. It was followed by a horrifying, metallic screech, the sound of long, sharp claws scraping against the metal floor of the catwalk. It was coming. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my heart seized. Descending from the platform above, moving with a speed that defied its spindly frame, was the creature. It wasn't using the stairs. It was crawling down the outside of the support girders, its long limbs finding impossible holds, its body contorting like a spider. The single red eye was fixed on me, an unwavering point of malevolent light in the darkness. It was a predator in its natural habitat, and I was nothing but clumsy, terrified prey. Panic gave me a fresh burst of speed. I half ran, half fell down the switchback stairs, the wind whistling past my ears. The forest floor, once 100 feet below, was getting closer, but not fast enough. The creature was gaining on me. I could hear the scrape of its claws on the steel beams, closer now, just a level or two above me. The foul, coppery smell was thick in the air again, choking me. I hit the last landing, maybe 20 feet from the ground, and didn't hesitate. I vaulted over the railing. For a split second, I was airborne, suspended in the terrifying dark. I hit the ground hard, my ankle twisting under me with a sickening crunch of bone and ligament. A hot, searing pain shot up my leg, but the adrenaline was a fire that burned hotter. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound of agony and fear, and scrambled to my feet. My right leg wouldn't hold my weight. I got up, and fell again. I started crawling, dragging my useless leg behind me. I clawed my way through the dirt and undergrowth, away from the base of the tower. I could hear it land behind me, a soft, heavy thump that was far too quiet for a fall from that height. I didn't look back. I just crawled, sobbing, my hands digging into the soil, rocks and twigs tearing at my skin. My only thought was the truck. If I could get to the truck, I could live. The forest was a maze of black trunks and grasping branches. I was moving blindly, fueled by sheer terror. The chittering was right behind me now, a constant, horrifying presence. I could feel its proximity, a cold spot in the air, a pressure against my back. My crawling hand hit something soft and yielding. It was the sack. The lumpy, misshapen thing it had been dragging on the catwalk. It had brought it down from the tower. The coppery smell was overwhelming here. In the chaos, the beam of my phone's flashlight, still clutched in my hand, swung across it. The burlap was torn open, and looking out with dead, glassy eyes was a human face, frozen in a mask of terror. It was a man, his features gaunt, his beard matted with dried blood. It was the hiker from the blog. The Iron Sentinel had claimed him too. And this thing collected souvenirs. A shadow fell over me. The chittering stopped. I slowly, inevitably, rolled over, pushing myself up with my arms, my back against the base of a thick oak tree. I pointed the flashlight up. It stood over me, a nightmare silhouette against the stars. Taller than a man, impossibly thin, its limbs bent at angles that nature never intended. Its skin was the pale, waxy color of a corpse stretched tight over its alien bones. It had no discernible face, just a smooth expanse of flesh, in the center of which burned that single, terrifying red eye. It tilted its long neck, a gesture of cold, analytical curiosity. It raised one of its long, three-fingered hands. At the end of each finger was a black, needle-sharp talon, the source of the tapping on the window. It brought the hand down, not with speed, but with a slow, deliberate grace. The beam from my phone illuminated my own horrified face, the tears streaming down my cheeks, the silent scream trapped on my lips. I saw the reflection of its red eye in my own. And in that final, eternal moment, I understood. The photographs, the chase for the perfect light, the solitude of forgotten places, it was all just a way to feel alive. But here, at the end of everything, in the absolute darkness of the Appalachian woods, I had finally found a place that wasn't forgotten. It was just waiting. The last thing I saw was the talon descending toward my chest. The last thing I heard was a soft, wet pop. And then, just like at the top of the tower, the silence was absolute. My name is Benjamin Carter, though most people just call me Ben. By trade, I'm an archivist for a small university, a job that suits my temperament perfectly. I spend my days surrounded by the quiet, dusty ghosts of the past, piecing together narratives from forgotten letters and brittle documents. But my love for history isn't confined to the climate-controlled vaults of the library. It extends to the world outside, to the places where history happened and was then left to decay. I'm what you might call an urban explorer, though my interests lie far from any city. I seek out the forgotten homesteads, the collapsed mines, and the abandoned watchtowers deep in the wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains. For me, these places aren't just ruins, they're stories waiting to be read. This particular trip had been on my calendar for months. I'd found a reference on an old topographical map to a decommissioned fire tower, Watchman's Peak Tower, deep inside a state forest that had long since been designated as a protected wilderness area. The trails were no longer maintained, and the tower itself had been officially abandoned since the early 1980s. It was perfect. The thought of spending a night alone, suspended above the endless sea of trees, in a structure steeped in decades of solitude, was intoxicating. It was a chance to connect with a very specific, isolated piece of the past. The hike-in was more challenging than I'd anticipated. The old service road was almost completely reclaimed by nature, a faint scar on the landscape that I often lost and had to find again using my compass and the aging map. It was a grueling, sweat-soaked, 8-hour trek uphill. The air grew thinner, cooler. The sounds of the lower forest, the chatter of squirrels and the calls of distant birds, faded away, replaced by a profound, almost oppressive silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the high-altitude pines. By the time I saw it, the sun was beginning to dip below the western ridges, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The tower rose from the summit, like a skeletal finger pointing at the heavens. It was a stark, beautiful sight, a steel lattice frame, rusted to a deep, earthy red supporting a small 14 by 14-foot cabin at its apex, some 80 feet off the ground. It looked sturdy, a testament to the over-engineered craftsmanship of its time. Climbing the stairs was a journey in itself. Each metal step groaned under the weight of my pack, the sound echoing in the vast emptiness around me. With every flight, the world expanded. The rolling hills became a breathtaking panorama of ridges and valleys, stretching to the horizon in every direction. I felt a sense of vertigo, not just from the height, but from the sheer scale of the wilderness. I was a tiny, insignificant speck, and the feeling was both humbling and exhilarating. The cabin at the top was a time capsule. A thick layer of dust covered everything, but it was otherwise remarkably preserved. A metal-framed bed with a rotted mattress was folded against one wall. In the center of the room stood a circular table with a panoramic map of the surrounding area bolted to its surface. The Osborne fire finder, a ranger's most crucial tool. And on a small wooden desk in the corner, next to a rusted tin of tobacco, was the jackpot. My historian's heart skipped a beat. It was a thick, leather-bound logbook. I dropped my pack, my exhaustion momentarily forgotten. This was why I came to these places. A logbook was a direct link, a written record of the lives lived in this isolated box in the sky. I carefully carried it to the firefinder table, the leather cracking faintly under my touch. I opened it, and the dry pages whispered as I turned them. My name is Ben. I'm a history nerd, so finding the old ranger's logbook on the desk was like striking gold. The first entries were from the 1970s. Weather reports, animal sightings, mundane stuff. The handwriting was a neat, disciplined cursive. A man named George P. Peterson. He noted the wind speed, the cloud cover, the date of the first frost. He saw deer, a black bear with 2 cubs, a flock of wild turkeys. For years it was the simple, peaceful chronicle of a man and a mountain. It was exactly what I expected. and it was beautiful in its simplicity. I sat there for what must have been an hour, engrossed, as the last light of day faded and the cabin filled with shadows. I switched on my headlamp, the beam cutting a sharp white circle in the gloom. I kept reading, flipping through the years. Around 1978, the tone began to shift. It was subtle at first. An entry in August of that year read, "Wind has a strange quality today. Sounds almost like a song, but there are no birds that sing like that up here." A week later, heard the song again. Comes from the north. Makes the hair on my arms stand up. I felt a small, cold knot tighten in my stomach. It was probably just the wind, I told myself. The way it can whistle through a keyhole or moan around the eaves of a house. But George, who had chronicled the wind for years, seemed to think it was different. The entries became more sporadic, the neat cursive growing a little looser. In 1980, he wrote about something else. Saw something in the tree line at dusk, just for a second. Thought it was a bear, but it was too tall, too thin. And the eyes, they caught the last light. They don't blink. My own eyes darted to the windows surrounding me, peering into the now absolute blackness outside. I saw nothing but my own reflection. I took a deep breath, my heart thumping a little faster. It's an old story, I reasoned. He was alone up here for long stretches. Solitude can play tricks on the mind. But the entries kept getting worse. His reports on the weather and wildlife stopped altogether. The logbook became a journal of his growing fear. It's closer now. I hear it moving in the woods at night. Not like a deer or a bear. It's heavy. It breaks branches like they're twigs. Another entry. A few months later, the song is no longer on the wind. It's in the trees below. It's a lullaby, but it feels wrong. It feels hungry. The handwriting was now a jagged scrawl, the pen digging into the paper. I could feel the man's terror reaching across the decades. My earlier excitement had evaporated, replaced by a creeping dread. The silence of the tower, which had felt so peaceful, now felt heavy and watchful. I had the distinct, primal feeling of being observed. I flipped to the last few pages. They were stained with what looked like water spots, or maybe sweat. The final entry, dated October 31st, 1982, was barely legible, the pen strokes frantic, tearing through the page. It just said, "It knows my name. It climbed the stairs. Don't look at its smile." A profound chill washed over me, cold and sharp. My blood felt like ice in my veins. It knows my name. It climbed the stairs. The words echoed in the dead silent cabin. I slammed the book shut, the sound like a gunshot in the stillness. My hands were trembling. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have come here. And that's when I heard it. From the world of blackness below me, a sound drifted up. A slow, rhythmic clang. It was the unmistakable sound of a heavy footstep on the first metal stair. Clang. Another step. Deliberate. Unhurried. Something was climbing the tower. Time ceased to have meaning. My world had shrunk to the space of a single, drawn-out breath, held tight in my lungs. The sound from below, that rhythmic, metallic clang, was the only thing that existed. It was the monstrous heartbeat of the tower itself, and I was trapped in its rib cage. My mind, usually a library of rational explanations and historical precedents, was wiped clean. There was only raw animal fear. Every muscle in my body was locked. My hand still hovering over the closed logbook, as if the object itself was the source of the evil ascending towards me. Clang. Flight 10. There were 12 flights of stairs in total. I knew this because I had counted them on the way up. A mindless habit. Now, that number was a death sentence, a countdown. My brain started to work again, but it was frantic, useless. A bear. No. A bear wouldn't climb stairs like that. It would be a clumsy, scrambling sound, not this steady, ponderous rhythm. The weight was right, but the cadence was wrong. It was intelligent. It was methodical. Clang, flight 11. Closer. So much closer. The sound was sharper now. The vibration traveling up the steel, legs of the tower and into the floor beneath my feet. I could feel it in the soles of my boots, a low hum that resonated deep in my bones. George's words screamed in my head. It climbed the stairs. He had heard this exact sound. For how many nights had he lain here, listening to this slow, deliberate approach? The thought offered no comfort, only a shared, decades-spanning terror. I scrambled backwards, my body finally obeying a command. My boots scraped against the dusty floorboards, the sound deafening in the charged silence between footsteps. I walked away from the door, my eyes locked on it as if my stare alone could reinforce the thin wood and rusted latch. The door was my only barrier, and it looked pathetic, a flimsy suggestion of security against the vast, hungry darkness outside. Did I even lock it? I couldn't remember. My arrival felt like a lifetime ago, a memory belonging to a different, more naive person. Then, a new sound joined the ascent. It was faint at first, weaving through the metallic ringing of the steps. It was the song. George had called it a song, but it wasn't. It was a series of discordant notes that seemed to hang in the air, a melody, less tune that slid between pitches without reason. It sounded like a warped lullaby, played on a broken music box, and it was filled with a chilling, ancient sorrow. It wasn't coming from the wind. It was coming from the thing on the stairs. The sound scraped at my sanity, each off, keynote a hook pulling me further into madness. Clang, the final step. The one that led to the wooden platform, the small porch that wrapped around the cabin. The sound was different, a heavy thump as whatever it was stepped from metal to wood. And then, silence. The silence was worse than the footsteps. It was a loaded, breathing silence. An apex predator's pause. It was outside. It was right there, just beyond the door. I held my breath, listening. Every nerve ending screaming. I could hear the whisper of the wind outside, the creak of the old tower swaying gently. But from the platform, there was nothing. No shuffling, no breathing, no sign of the immense weight that had just ascended 80 feet of stairs. My gaze was fixed on the doorknob, a simple tarnished brass handle. I watched it, waiting for it to turn. Seconds stretched into eternities. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating quiet. Do something, my mind shrieked. Barricade the door. Hide. I tried to move. I looked around the small cabin for anything at all. The metal bed frame was folded against the wall. It was heavy. If I could just get it, drag it in front of the door. As I shifted my weight, a floorboard groaned under me. The sound on the porch came instantly. A soft, wet, sliding noise. The sound of something immense shifting its position. It was directly in front of the door. And then came a soft tap, tap, tap on the wood. It wasn't a knock. It was too light for that. It was inquisitive, like the tapping of a long fingernail. My blood ran cold. It knew I was in here. Of course it knew. It had watched me. It had waited for the sun to die. I flattened myself to the floor, sliding behind the central map table, trying to make myself as small as possible. The table offered no real cover, but it felt better than being completely exposed. My headlamp was still on, casting a wild, bouncing beam across the ceiling as I moved. I clicked it off, plunging the room into near total darkness, lit only by the faint, cold starlight filtering through the panoramic windows. Now, I could see the silhouette. It was standing in front of one of the windows to the left of the door. It was impossibly tall and thin, its form a jagged black cutout against the star-dusted sky. George's words again: too tall, too thin. Its limbs were long, disproportionate, like the branches of a dead tree. It stood perfectly still, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. I couldn't see any details, just its horrifying shape, and that was more than enough. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that if I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me. A child's logic, but it was all I had left. The final warning from the logbook surfaced from the depths of my terror. Don't look at its smile. The thought made my eyes fly open against my will. I had to know. I had to see what I was facing. I peered around the edge of the map table. The silhouette hadn't moved. It was just standing there, a sentinel of nightmare. I couldn't see its face, and for that I was profoundly grateful. Then it moved. It didn't walk. It flowed. It glided from the window to the door with an unnatural smoothness, its tall frame blocking out the stars as it passed. It was in front of the door again. The brass doorknob began to turn. Slowly, silently, I watched, mesmerized with horror, as the latch clicked back. The door was unlocked. My carelessness was going to be the death of me. The door began to open, a dark vertical line widening into the cabin, letting in the cold night air and the faint, terrible song. I was going to die. The thought was calm, clear, and absolute. There was no escape, no weapon, no hope, but the door stopped. It opened only a few inches, a dark slice of the night. It was toying with me. It was savoring this moment. From the darkness in the doorway, a voice whispered. It was a dry, rasping sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. And it said my name. Ben. It wasn't a question. It was a statement, a confirmation. It knows my name. The logbook wasn't a record of madness. It was a prophecy. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat. A solid ball of terror that I couldn't force past my lips. I could only lie there, paralyzed, watching the black slit of the open door, knowing that the thing George had seen, the thing that had climbed the stairs, was standing right there, looking into the darkness where I was hiding, perhaps even smiling. The name, my name, hung in the air between us. It was not a human voice. It was a sound scraped from the bottom of a a rustle of ancient leaves, yet it formed my name with perfect, chilling clarity. The paralysis that held me shattered, not into action, but into a deeper, more profound state of terror. My mind was a white, hot static, every thought incinerated by the simple, terrifying fact that this thing, this impossibility, knew me. The door swung open further, not with a push, but as if drawn by an invisible string. It moved with that same unnatural smoothness the creature itself possessed. The slice of night widened, and a shape began to emerge from the absolute blackness of the doorway. It was a limb, long and pale, like bleached bone. It moved slowly, feeling the air inside the cabin, the long, multi-jointed fingers flexing and unflexing. They were like a spider's legs, questing, tasting the environment. The discordant song grew louder, no longer a whisper on the wind, but a tangible presence in the room. Vibrating in my teeth and sinuses, I was still pressed flat behind the map table, my cheek against the dusty floorboards. I was trying to be invisible, to be nothing more than a shadow in a room full of them. But I knew it could see me. The way its head, a jagged silhouette against the stars, was angled slightly downwards, aimed directly at my hiding place. Then, it took a step into the cabin. There was no sound of a footfall, only that soft, wet, sliding noise, like a slug moving over stone. It unfolded itself into the room, rising to its full, horrifying height. It had to stoop to fit under the ceiling. Its body was a chaotic assembly of wrong angles and emaciated limbs. But my eyes were drawn upward, against my will, to its head, to its face. And I saw the smile. George's final, frantic warning was the last rational thought I had. Don't look at its smile. But I couldn't look away. It wasn't a smile of joy or malice. It was a permanent feature, a grotesque anatomical reality. Its mouth was a wide, lipless gash that split its narrow face from ear to ear, pulled back into a fixed, rigid grin. And inside that grin were rows of needle, thin teeth. Too many to count, like those of a deep sea predator. The smile was the source of the song, the discordant notes leaking from that horrifying, permanent display of dental architecture. But the most terrible part was its eyes. They were the eyes George had written about, the eyes that didn't blink. They were large, round, and perfectly black, like polished stones, reflecting the faint starlight with a dead, vacant intensity. They saw everything and nothing. Seeing that smile, that impossible face, broke the spell of my fear. The certainty of death became a catalyst. The historian, the archivist, the man who sought quiet contemplation in forgotten places, was gone. In his place was an animal, cornered and desperate, driven by a single, overwhelming imperative: survive. My hand, which had been resting near my pack, brushed against the cold, hard metal of my thermos. Without thinking, I grabbed it. It was heavy, full of coffee I would never drink. With a guttural yell that tore itself from my raw throat, I hurled it at the creature's head. It was a futile gesture, a pebble thrown at a mountain. The thermos sailed through the air, and for a moment, I thought it would pass right through the thing, as if it were smoke. But it connected. There was a dull, wet thud, and the creature recoiled, not in pain, but in what seemed like surprise. Its head snapped back, and the song faltered for a single, blessed second. It was all the time I needed. I exploded from behind the table, my legs pumping before I was even fully upright. I didn't run for the stairs. I ran for the opposite wall, for the windows on the far side of the cabin. There was a loud crash of breaking glass as I threw myself, not just through the window, but through the thin, rotting wall itself. Wood splintered, glass shattered, and then I was outside, on the narrow wrap around platform, with nothing but 80 feet of empty air below me. I landed hard on the wood, pain shooting up my leg, but I ignored it. I scrambled on all fours away from the new, gaping hole in the cabin wall. From inside, there was a shriek, a sound of pure rage that was nothing like the song. It was a high, piercing sound that drilled into my ears and made the tower itself seem to groan in agony. I found the top of the stairs and threw myself down them. I didn't run, I fell. I slid down the first flight on my back, the metal rungs tearing at my clothes and skin. I hit the landing, rolled, and pushed myself into the next descent. The world was a blur of rusted steel and black sky. The clanging of my own frantic descent was a chaotic drum beat, but it was soon joined by another sound. The creature was coming. It didn't use the stairs, not in any conventional sense. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and saw it pouring out of the hole I had made. A torrent of black limbs and pale skin. It flowed over the side of the platform and onto the lattice of the tower itself, its long limbs finding purchase on the steel beams. It was descending faster than I was, its movements fluid and silent. The only sound the terrible off-key lullaby that now seemed to be coming from all directions at once. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming. Each landing was a jarring impact. I lost my footing on the fourth flight and tumbled, my head cracking against a steel support. Stars exploded behind my eyes, but the terror was a stimulant, forcing me back to my feet. I could feel the coldness of its presence above me, a palpable drop in temperature that had nothing to do with the night air. I hit the ground at the base of the tower and didn't stop. I ran. I ran into the oppressive darkness of the Appalachian forest, leaving the trail, leaving everything behind. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my arms, but I didn't feel it. The only thing I felt was the terror of pursuit. The song was fainter now, but it was still there, a hook in my mind, pulling me back. I ran until my legs gave out, and then I crawled. I crawled until the first, faint, gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy. The light was a balm, a physical shield against the darkness behind me. The song faded with the rising sun, leaving only the ringing in my ears and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I don't remember how I found the road. They told me a truck driver found me wandering, incoherent, covered in blood and scratches. I spent 2 days in a hospital. I told them I fell. It was easier than the truth. I never went back. I sold my camping gear. I quit my job at the university archive. I moved to the city, a place filled with noise and light and people. I cannot bear the silence anymore. In the quiet moments, in the dead of night, when the city finally sleeps, I can sometimes hear it. A faint, discordant melody on the edge of hearing. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection unexpectedly in a dark window, I see for a split second a face that isn't my own. I see a lipless gash, pulled back in a fixed, rigid grin, a smile that knows my name. My name is Chloe Vance. To understand why I chose to spend a week of my autumn in an abandoned fire tower, nestled deep within the sprawling, ancient heart of the Appalachian Mountains, you must first understand the life I was trying to escape. I was a freelance graphic designer, a job that sounds creative and liberating but had for me devolved into a state of perpetual, low-grade anxiety. My world was a collection of screens, the glaring monitor where I manipulated pixels for demanding clients, the smartphone that buzzed with endless notifications, and the television that filled my tiny apartment with manufactured noise to stave off the silence. I was drowning in a sea of artificial light and digital chatter, my days dictated by deadlines and my nights haunted by the blue glow of a screen. The idea of solitude had become a desperate craving, an obsession, not the temporary solitude of a quiet coffee shop or a walk in a city park, but a profound, elemental isolation. I wanted to be somewhere the modern world couldn't reach me, a place where the only alerts came from the weather, and the only timeline was the rising and setting of the sun. The fire tower was a relic I'd stumbled upon during a late night internet deep dive, a forgotten outpost on a government surplus list, now available for rustic off-the-grid camping. The pictures were both intimidating and alluring, a small cabin perched atop a skeletal steel frame, rising 100 feet above a seemingly infinite ocean of trees. The description warned of no electricity, no running water, and, most importantly, no cell service. It was perfect. My friends thought I was insane. My parents pleaded with me to reconsider. Alone Chloe. For a whole week. My mother's voice had trembled over the phone. What if something happens? I assured them I was prepared. I spent weeks gathering supplies, studying maps, and reading survival blogs. I packed dehydrated meals, a solar charger for my satellite, phone serve for emergencies only, a first aid kit that could handle anything short of amputation, and enough books to last a month. I was capable, I was organized, and I was determined. I wasn't running from a monster. I was running towards a cure. The journey itself was a gradual shedding of civilization. The interstate highway gave way to state roads, which narrowed into winding country lanes where autumn leaves skittered across the asphalt like frightened mice. Finally, I turned onto a gravel service road, the car groaning in protest as it navigated the ruts and rocks. The last bar of cell service vanished from an hour before I reached the designated parking area, a small, muddy clearing at the base of the mountain. Stepping out of the car, the silence was the first thing I noticed. It wasn't empty. It was a living silence, filled with the whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant caw of a raven. It was the sound of a world that had existed long before me and would continue long after I was gone. The hike to the tower was a 3-mile ascent, a challenging trek with a heavy pack digging into my shoulders. The air grew cooler and cleaner with every step. The forest floor was a soft carpet of decaying leaves, and the trees, oak, maple, and hickory, formed a golden and crimson canopy overhead. It was physically demanding, and by the time I saw it, I was drenched in sweat and my legs were trembling. The tower rose from a rocky outcrop, a skeletal finger of rusted steel pointing at the crisp blue sky. It looked both majestic and terrifying, a man-made ghost in a natural cathedral. Climbing the stairs was an exercise in nerve control. There were 137 of them, a narrow, winding staircase of grated metal that spiraled up the tower's frame. With each step, the ground fell further away, and the wind grew more insistent. The metal groaned and creaked under my weight, and I could see the forest floor. Directly below me through the grates, a dizzying perspective that made my stomach lurch. I kept my eyes fixed on the cabin above, my knuckles white as I gripped the cold handrails. The cabin at the top was a simple, square room, perhaps 15 by 15 feet, with windows on all 4 sides. A narrow catwalk encircled it, offering a 360-degree panorama that stole my breath. I had seen pictures, but they did no justice to the reality. I was standing on an island in the sky, looking out over an endless sea of rolling mountains, their peaks fading into a soft blue haze at the horizon. The sheer scale of it was humbling, shrinking my anxieties and worries down to insignificant specks. This was it. This was the solitude I had craved. The first day and night were everything I had hoped for. I unpacked my gear, methodically arranging my sleeping bag, cooking stove, and supplies. The cabin was Spartan but clean, clearly maintained by the Park Service, or a group of dedicated volunteers. There was a simple cot, a small table, and a logbook on a dusty shelf. I spent the afternoon reading the entries, smiling at the stories of other pilgrims who had sought refuge here. They wrote of stunning sunsets, of meteor showers that streaked across the inky black sky, of the profound peace they found. Their words were a comfort, a chorus of kindred spirits. As dusk fell, the world transformed. The sun dipped below the farthest ridge, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet. The sea of trees below me became a landscape of deep shadows and muted colors. I made a simple dinner of rehydrated chili and sat on the catwalk, watching as the first stars began to prick the darkness. The silence deepened, but it was a comfortable, peaceful silence. The wind was my only companion, humming a low, mournful tune as it moved through the tower's steel bones. It wasn't a violent wind, but a persistent, inquisitive one, testing the tower's resolve. It would hum, then rise to a low whistle, sometimes sounding disconcertingly like a distant conversation, a language I couldn't comprehend. Later that night, tucked into my warm sleeping bag, I read by the light of my headlamp. The only sounds were the rustle of my pages and the ceaseless sigh of the wind. At one point, I heard a distinct thump from the catwalk just outside the door. My heart gave a little jolt, and I held my breath, listening. Silence. I told myself it was a bird, or perhaps a pine cone dislodged by the wind, falling from a nearby tree onto the metal grating. I was 100 feet in the air. What else could it be? After a few minutes of listening to the steady rhythm of the wind, I dismissed it. My rational mind, the one I had cultivated in my structured city life, was still firmly in control. I felt safe, isolated, and utterly, wonderfully alone. I fell asleep with a smile on my face, lulled by the ancient, whispering lullaby of the mountain. It was a peace so deep, so absolute, that it felt like a dream. But every dream, I would soon learn, must eventually end. I awoke on the second day to a world bathed in soft, golden light. The sun was just cresting the eastern ridges, and a low, lying mist filled the valleys below, making the mountaintops look like islands floating in a vast, milky sea. The profound peace of the previous night still clung to me, a warm and comforting blanket. All the anxieties that had driven me here felt a million miles away. I made coffee on my small stove, the rich aroma a small, familiar comfort in this wild place, and sat on the catwalk, watching the mist slowly burn away under the morning sun. The day was spent in quiet contentment. I took a short hike down a marked trail, marveling at the vibrant autumn colors in the sheer, untamed beauty of the forest. I felt strong, capable, and utterly at peace. The memory of the single thump on the catwalk from night before had faded into insignificance, easily dismissed as the mundane workings of nature. I felt vindicated in my decision to come here. This was exactly what my soul had needed. As evening approached, I returned to the tower, my sanctuary in the sky. The sunset was even more spectacular than the last, a brilliant explosion of color that set the clouds ablaze. I felt a deep sense of gratitude wash over me. I prepared my dinner, read another chapter of my book, and even made a new entry in the tower's logbook, adding my own voice to the chorus of praise for this magical place. The silence here is a song, I wrote, feeling rather proud of the poetic turn of phrase. I had no idea how hollow those words would soon become. The temperature dropped quickly after the sun disappeared, and a chill settled deep into the steel bones of the tower. The wind picked up again, its mournful hum a constant presence against the windows of the cabin. I zipped myself into the cozy warmth of my sleeping bag, my headlamp casting a small, safe circle of light in the otherwise total darkness. Outside the windows, there was nothing but an impenetrable blackness, a void where the sea of trees had been. It was just after 10 o'clock when I first heard it. It began faintly, a sound so sorrowful and human that it cut through the noise of the wind. It was the sound of a woman crying. My first reaction was one of disbelief, followed by a surge of adrenaline and concern. I switched off my headlamp, plunging the cabin into darkness, and strained my ears, listening. The sound was clearer now, carried on the wind from the woods below. It wasn't the frantic cry of someone in immediate physical danger, but a sound of pure, unadulterated grief. It was a deep, gut-wrenching sobbing, punctuated by shuddering gasps for air. It sounded so real, so full of raw, heartbreaking pain, that my heart ached in sympathy. Who could be out there? A lost hiker? Someone injured? I crawled out of my sleeping bag and crept to the window, peering down into the black abyss. I could see nothing. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. My mind raced. I should call out. I should ask if they needed help. I reached for the satellite phone, my fingers fumbling in the dark. My mother's worried voice echoed in my head. What if something happens? Was this that something? But a cold knot of primal fear was tightening in my stomach. A deep-seated instinct that screamed at me to stay silent, to stay hidden. And then I noticed the wrongness of it. I continued to listen, my body frozen, and the analytical part of my brain, the part that organized pixels and timelines, began to pick apart the sound. The sobs, as genuine as they sounded, were following a precise pattern. A long, mournful wail, followed by 3 short, hitching cries, and then a shuddering intake of breath. Wail cry, 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 gasp. A few seconds of silence, and then it would begin again. Exactly the same. Wail cry, 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 gasp. There was no variation in pitch, no change in the rhythm, no sign of fatigue. It was a perfect, seamless loop. The sound of a human voice, yet utterly devoid of humanity. It was like a recording, a single, agonizing moment of grief, trapped on an endless repeat. The realization washed over me like ice water. The blood drained from my face, and the hair on my arms stood on end. This wasn't a person in distress. This was something else, something unnatural. The fear that had been a small knot in my stomach now exploded, a cold, creeping dread that filled every inch of me. I scrambled back from the window, my heart hammering against, my ribs so hard I thought it might break. I retreated to the farthest corner of the small cabin, pulling my sleeping bag around me like a shield, as if the thin layer of nylon and down could protect me from a sound. The crying went on, an auditory torture that frayed my nerves raw. The solitude I had craved had become a trap. I was 100 feet in the air, in a glass box on a steel frame, miles from any other human being. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The wind, which had been a comforting lullaby the night before, now seemed to mock me, carrying the horrifying, looping sobs directly to my ears. Every creak and groan of the old tower, once a charming quirk, now sounded like a footstep on the stairs. Was something climbing? Was it coming for me? I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, but I couldn't block it out. The sound was inside my head now, a permanent echo. It continued for what felt like an eternity, but my watch told me it was just over an hour. An hour of listening to that perfect, impossible loop of sorrow, and then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. It was a heavy, expectant silence, thick with menace. My ears strained, waiting for the crying to start again, but there was nothing but the low hum of the wind. My body was coiled tight, every muscle screaming with tension. I held my breath, listening, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Minutes passed. 5, 10. The silence stretched on, but it brought no relief. My fear had been replaced by a new, sharper terror, the terror of the unknown. What was it? And what was it doing now? That's when I heard the new sound. It came from the bottom of the tower, from the darkness of the forest floor directly below me. It was a voice that was clear as day, cutting through the wind with chilling clarity. A voice I knew better than any other in the world. It was my own. "Is anyone up there?" it called out. The words were calm, inquisitive, a perfect imitation of my own tone and inflection. It was the exact question a lost hiker might ask, finding this strange tower in the middle of the night. But it was my voice, my own voice, calling up to me from the base of the tower where I knew, with absolute certainty, that no one else could be. A cold, electric shock shot down my spine, and I felt a scream building in my throat, a scream of pure, unadulterated horror. But I choked it down, clamping a hand over my mouth, my knuckles digging into my teeth. I was paralyzed, trapped in a nightmare made real. The thing in the woods had stopped crying, and now it was trying to talk to me. Time ceased to exist. For how long I remained frozen in that corner, a statue of pure terror with my hand clamped over my mouth, I will never know. The world had shrunk to the four walls of the cabin, and the impossible sound that had just echoed from below. My own voice. It wasn't just a mimicry, it was a theft. It had stolen my voice, and was now wearing it like a costume. A predator disguising itself with the sound of its prey. The calm, inquisitive tone of the question, "Is anyone up there?" was the most terrifying part. It was a lure. It wanted me to answer. It wanted me to lean out the window and call back, "Yes, I'm here," so it would know for sure where I was. Silence returned, but it was a different kind of silence now. It wasn't the peaceful, living silence of the forest. It was the dead, predatory silence of a hunter that has spotted its quarry and is waiting, perfectly still, for the right moment to strike. My mind, which had been a whirlwind of panic, began to function again, but only in the most primal way. Every rational thought was gone, replaced by a single, screaming imperative: do not make a sound. Do not move. And then, a new noise began. Far worse than the crying, far worse than the voice. Scrape. It was a metallic sound coming from the stairs below. A slow, deliberate scraping of something heavy being dragged up a single step. My blood ran cold. It was climbing. Scrape. Another step. The sound was agonizingly slow. It wasn't the sound of a person climbing. A person has a rhythm, a cadence. This was the sound of something dragging itself upward, one laborious step at a time. I imagined long, misshapen limbs, claws of bone or rusted metal, pulling a grotesque body up the spiral staircase. The groans and creaks of the tower, which I had once found charming, were now a symphony of my own impending doom, each sound a note in the song of its approach. Thump. Scrape. It was getting closer. Halfway up, maybe. I couldn't be sure. The sound echoed strangely through the steel frame. I was trapped. 100 feet in the air, in a glass box, with something inhuman slowly, methodically, climbing towards me. My eyes darted around the cabin, searching for a weapon, a defense, anything. A book, my cooking pot, useless. My only real tool was the satellite phone. But the thought of the noise it would make, the light from its screen, felt like it would be signing my own death warrant. I crawled on my belly, moving with an agonizing slowness that mirrored the thing on the stairs, towards the cabin door. There was a heavy deadbolt, a thick slide of steel. I had locked it when I first arrived, more out of habit than real fear. Now, it was the only thing between me and it. My fingers, trembling uncontrollably, touched the cold metal. It was secure. It would have to hold. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was just below the cabin now, right under the catwalk. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. My heart was a frantic drum against the floorboards. I held my breath, listening so hard that my ears began to ache. What was it doing? Was it listening for me? The doorknob began to rattle. It was a gentle, inquisitive rattle at first, as if a curious child were testing the lock. Then it became more forceful, a violent, angry shaking that echoed through the small room. The entire door shuddered in its frame. I scrambled backwards, a choked sob escaping my lips, my hand flying back to my mouth to stifle it. It knew I was inside. It was trying to get in. The rattling stopped, and for a moment, there was silence again. Then came a sound of splintering wood, as something slammed against the door with incredible force. Boom! The whole cabin shook. Boom! Another impact, harder this time. It was trying to break the door down. I was going to die. The thought was calm, clear, and absolute. I was going to die in this forgotten tower in the middle of nowhere, killed by something I couldn't even begin to comprehend. The hours that followed were a blur of pure, undiluted terror. The assault on the door continued intermittently. There would be long stretches of silence, where I would begin to hope, to pray, that it had given up, that it had gone. And then the violent rattling would start again, or another bone, jarring slam against the door, would send me spiraling back into despair. At some point, I heard a new sound, a soft, wet scratching against the glass of the windows, as if it were circling the catwalk, testing every possible entry point. I stayed huddled in the farthest corner, my eyes screwed shut, waiting for the sound of shattering glass. The night was endless, but it did eventually end. The first hint of dawn was a faint, gray line on the eastern horizon. As the light grew, filtering through the windows, the sound stopped. The silence returned one last time, and this time it felt different. It felt empty. The presence, the malevolence, was gone. I waited, not daring to move, until the sun had fully risen, bathing the cabin in the same soft, golden light I had woken up to the day before. The contrast between the beauty of the morning and the horror of the night was a brutal, psychological whiplash. I had to leave. Now, moving with a frantic, desperate energy, I threw my belongings into my pack. I didn't bother to fold my sleeping bag or organize my gear. I just stuffed everything in, my hands shaking so badly that I could barely zip the bag. My eyes kept darting to the door, expecting it to burst open at any moment. I strapped on my pack, took a deep, shuddering breath, and walked to the door. My hand hovered over the deadbolt for a long moment. What if it was still out there, waiting for me on the catwalk? There was no choice. I had to risk it. I slid the bolt back. The sound was deafening in the quiet cabin, and pulled the door open. The catwalk was empty. The sun was shining. The world looked exactly as it had the day before, peaceful, beautiful, and serene. But it was all a lie. The beauty was just a mask. The descent was the most terrifying journey of my life. Every one of the 137 steps was an exercise in controlled panic. My eyes scanned the forest below, searching for any sign of movement. The wind, my former companion, now whispered threats in my ear. Every rustle of leaves was the sound of it following me. Every snapping twig was it closing in. I didn't run, but my pace was just short of it. A clumsy, jarring descent that sent jolts of pain through my knees. When my feet finally touched the soft earth of the forest floor, I didn't feel relief. I felt more exposed than ever. The 3-mile hike back to my car was a nightmare. I was convinced it was stalking me, just out of sight, behind the trees. I imagined a distorted version of myself, flitting through the shadows, keeping pace with me. I didn't dare look back. I just kept moving, my gaze fixed on the trail ahead, my breath coming in ragged gasps. When I finally saw my car through the trees, a sob of pure, unadulterated relief broke from my lips. I sprinted the last 100 yards, fumbling for my keys, my fingers feeling like clumsy, useless sausages. I threw my pack in the back, jumped into the driver's seat, and slammed the door lock. Only then, encased in the steel and glass of my car, did I dare to look back at the mountain. The fire tower was a tiny, distant speck against the blue sky, a silent monument to the worst night of my life. I drove for hours, not stopping until the gravel road turned to asphalt, and the asphalt turned to a busy highway, surrounded by the comforting, mundane sights of civilization. I never went back to my apartment. I drove straight to my parents' house, falling into my mother's arms, in a storm of tears she couldn't possibly understand. I never told anyone the full story. Who would believe me? They would say I was overtired, that the solitude had made me hallucinate, that the wind can play tricks on the mind. But I know what I heard. I know the difference between the wind and a voice. I know the difference between a creaking tower and something climbing its stairs. The solitude I sought was a cure for the noise of the modern world. But I found something else in the silence of the mountains. I found a different kind of noise. An older, darker noise. And it knows my name. It knows my voice. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I can almost hear a woman crying in the distance. My name is Samuel Miller, though most people just call me Sam. By trade, I'm a data analyst. A job that involves spending 40 to 50 a week in a cubicle, staring at spreadsheets and charts until the numbers blur into a meaningless digital tapestry. It pays the bills, but it starves the soul. My real passion, the thing that keeps the fluorescent hum of the office from driving me completely mad, is exploring abandoned places. I'm an amateur photographer, and I find a profound, melancholic beauty in forgotten structures. The peeling paint of an old asylum, the skeletal remains of a factory, or the silent, watchful gaze of a decommissioned fire tower. This obsession led me to the Appalachian Trail, specifically to a remote section in the heart of the Blue Ridge Mountains. My target was the Crow's Peak Fire Tower. According to the old forestry maps and online forums I'd scoured, it was a classic air motor MC-39, a steel behemoth erected in the late 1930s and abandoned sometime in the early 80s, when aerial surveillance became more efficient. It was said to be one of the few that still had its cabin, or cab, intact at the top. For most hikers, it was just a rusty landmark to be viewed from a distance. For me, it was a destination. My plan was to hike up, spend the night in the cab, and capture the sunrise over the endless sea of mountain peaks. The hike itself was more challenging than I'd anticipated. The access trail branching off the main Appalachian path hadn't been maintained in decades. It was a steep, grueling climb, more of a deer path than a human one, and several times I had to push through dense thickets of rhododendron that clawed at my pack and clothing. The air grew thinner, cooler. The sounds of the lower forest, the chirping birds, the rustling squirrels, faded away, replaced by a profound, almost oppressive silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the tall pines and the rhythmic crunch of my own boots on the rocky ground. By late afternoon, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The silence deepened, and a strange feeling began to prickle at the back of my neck. The distinct, primal sensation of being watched. I'd stopped scanning the dense woods around me, but saw nothing but trees and shadows. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my city dweller's mind. You're alone out here, Sam, that's all. But the feeling persisted, a quiet hum of unease beneath my conscious thoughts. Finally, after one last, lung-burning ascent, I saw it. The tower rose from the summit like a rusted skeleton, piercing the deep blue sky. It was both magnificent and terrifying. 100 feet of weathered steel, latticed and stark against the wilderness. A light, metallic groaning sound reached me, the sound of the old structure complaining in the wind. The climb up the tower was a test of nerve. The steel stairs, arranged in a dizzying switchback pattern, were narrow and pockmarked with rust. With every step, the entire structure seemed to sway, and the groaning grew louder, a chorus of metallic sighs and creaks. I kept my eyes fixed on the step in front of me, gripping the cold handrails until my knuckles were white. The ground fell away beneath me with alarming speed. When I finally heaved myself into the cabin at the top, I was breathless, my heart hammering against my ribs from both exertion and adrenaline. The cab was a small 7-by-7-foot room enclosed by windows on all four sides, offering the most breathtaking 360-degree view I had ever seen. The world was a rumpled blanket of green and blue ridges, stretching to the horizon in every direction. The setting sun painted the western sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. For a moment, the unease I'd felt on the trail vanished, replaced by a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. This was why I did this. The interior was coated in a thick layer of dust and grime. A simple map table, its surface warped and cracked, was bolted to one wall. In the corner, the remains of an old two-way radio sat like a metallic skull. But my attention was immediately drawn to the feature in the center of the floor. It was the trapdoor, the only way in or out. It was exactly as the forums had described it, a heavy, formidable square of thick wooden planks, reinforced with diagonal steel bands that were riveted into the wood. It looked less like a door and more like a section of a medieval fortress. A heavy, industrial-grade slide bolt was mounted on my side. I crouched down to examine it. The bolt was thick, solid steel, and it slid into a heavy, duty bracket that was anchored to the floor with 4 massive screws. It was designed for security. I gave the door a push. It didn't budge. I put my shoulder into it, and with a great, groaning effort, I was able to lift it a few inches before its sheer weight forced it back down with a solid, floor-shaking thump. This thing had to weigh well over 100 pounds. Satisfied, I let it be. As dusk settled into night, I made my preparations. I unrolled my sleeping bag near the west, facing window, ate a cold meal of trail mix and a protein bar, and reviewed the photos I'd taken on my camera. The world outside the glass walls of my perch dissolved into an inky blackness, punctuated only by the brilliant, piercing light of a billion stars. There was no moon. The wind picked up, whistling around the cabin and making the tower groan and sway like a ship at sea. It was a lonely, eerie sound, but not a threatening one. It was the voice of the mountain. Before settling down to sleep, I made one final check. I walked over to the trapdoor and, with a loud, metallic schlack, slid the heavy bolt firmly into its locked position. I tugged on it to be sure. It was solid. I wasn't particularly worried about human intruders. We were miles from anywhere, but the thought of a curious bear or a family of raccoons trying to investigate my food supply was enough to warrant caution. Don't want any four-legged critters paying me a visit. I muttered to myself, the words sounding small in the vast emptiness. With that final, logical act of security, I zipped myself into my sleeping bag and, lulled by the gentle rocking of the tower, fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. I woke up suddenly, with no idea what had disturbed me. The cabin was pitch black, but something was wrong. A cold draft, sharp and chilling, was snaking across my face. It was a moving, persistent stream of air that hadn't been there before. I sat bolt upright, my heart instantly beginning to pound a frantic, heavy rhythm against my ribs. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness, slowly discerning the faint, star-dusted outlines of the windows against the absolute black of the room's interior. And then I saw it. In the center of the floor, where there should have been solid wood, there was a perfect, blacker than black rectangle. A void. The trapdoor was open. It wasn't just ajar, it was wide open, propped fully back, swinging gently, almost imperceptibly, in the breeze that was now flowing freely up the stairwell and into the cabin. A low, rhythmic creak. Creak accompanied its slight movement. My blood ran cold. My mind scrambled, trying to find a rational explanation. The wind.
No.
Impossible. I had felt its weight. The wind could rock 100-foot steel tower, but it couldn't lift 100-pound fortified door from a flat position. It was a physical impossibility. My hand fumbled for the headlamp beside my sleeping bag. I clicked it on, and the powerful beam cut through the darkness, landing directly on the trapdoor's locking mechanism. My breath hitched in my throat. The logic center of my brain simply shut down, unable to process what I was seeing. The bolt was still locked. The thick, solid steel bar was still slid all the way across, its end resting securely inside the heavy metal bracket screwed to the floor. It was in the exact position I had left it. Closed, secured, locked, and yet 2 feet away. The trapdoor it was supposed to be holding shut was standing wide open, revealing a gaping, black maw leading down into the darkness of the tower. For a long moment, I just stared, frozen. The beam of my headlamp was a solid, unwavering pillar of light in the crushing darkness, illuminating a scene that defied all laws of physics and common sense. The locked bolt, the open door. The two existed in the same space, a paradox made real. My mind, usually a fortress of logic and reason, felt like it was cracking, unable to build a bridge between what I knew to be true and what I was seeing with my own eyes. Panic began to bubble up from my stomach, hot and acidic. I scrambled backwards, crab walking away from the gaping hole in the floor, until my back hit the cold glass of the opposite window. My breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. I swept the headlamp's beam around the tiny cabin, half expecting to find someone else in there with me, a prankster with a cruel sense of humor. But the room was empty. Just me, my gear, the warped map table, the dead radio, and the impossible open door. My gaze was drawn back to the locked bolt. I had to be missing something. I had to be. Forcing my trembling legs to obey, I cautiously approached the edge of the abyss. I knelt down, my headlamp beam fixed on the mechanism. The steel bolt was pristine, unscratched. The bracket it slid into was just as immaculate, its 4 large screws still sunk deep and flush with the metal plate. The wood of the floorboards around it was old and weathered, but there were no new splinters, no gouge marks, no sign whatsoever of forced entry or tampering. It was as if the heavy, steel, banded trapdoor had simply passed through the locked bolt, like a ghost phasing through a solid wall. A wave of vertigo washed over me as I peered down into the stairwell. The beam of my light cut into the darkness, but was quickly swallowed by it. I could see the first few flights of the narrow metal stairs, spiraling down into nothing. The wind that had been a gentle draft was now a steady, cold current, flowing up from the depths of the tower with a low, mournful moan. It carried with it the smell of rust, damp earth, and something else, something faintly organic and unpleasant, like old, wet leaves left to rot in a cellar. And then I heard it. It was a sound so faint I wasn't sure I'd heard it at all at first. It was a soft, wet, dragging noise. A shalump, schlump sound, coming from far below, somewhere in the blackness my light couldn't reach. It was slow, rhythmic, and deliberate. It was the sound of something heavy and damp being pulled, step by step, up the metal staircase. Every muscle in my body turned to ice. The primal fear I'd felt on the trail returned with a vengeance, 1,000 times stronger. The vague feeling of being watched had now resolved into a terrifying certainty. I was not alone, and whatever was with me was coming up. Shh, lump. It was closer now. The sound was clearer, echoing slightly in the metal confines of the tower shaft. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I had to close the door. I had to shut it now. But my body wouldn't move. I was paralyzed, caught between the instinct to flee and the utter impossibility of escape. Where could I go? I was in a glass box 100 feet in the air. The only way down was through that hole, towards the sound. Shell lump. A new sound joined the first. A soft tick, like a fingernail tapping on steel. Shell lump tick. The sound was maybe halfway up the tower now. I could almost feel the vibrations through the floor. The thought of what might emerge from that square of nothingness was more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. My mind flashed with disjointed, nightmarish images. A mangled animal, a person crawling on broken limbs, something not quite human at all. The thought of a face, any face, appearing at the edge of that opening broke my paralysis. With a strangled cry, I lunged forward. I grabbed the edge of the heavy trapdoor. The wood was unnaturally cold to the touch, almost damp. With a surge of pure, adrenaline-fueled terror, I heaved it with all my might. It resisted for a second, then swung down, slamming shut with a deafening, echoing boom that shook the entire cabin. I fell back, panting, my eyes glued to the closed door. The sound from below had stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was somehow worse. It was a heavy, listening silence. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the thing on the stairs had stopped because I had closed the door. It was waiting. My headlamp beam was still pointed at the floor, and the bolt was still locked. I hadn't touched it. I had slammed the door shut, and it was now resting on top of the solid steel bar that was supposed to be holding it down. The absurdity of it all hit me again. I had just locked myself in, or rather, I had locked it out. But how? How was any of this possible? I spent the next hour, or maybe it was a lifetime, crouched in the corner, my heaviest, maglite gripped in my hand like a club, my gaze never leaving the trapdoor. The tower was silent again, save for the constant, low groan of the wind. Was it gone? Had it retreated back down into the darkness? Or was it just waiting, pressed against the underside of the door, listening to the frantic beat of my heart? I had to know more. I couldn't just sit here and wait for the sun. My sanity wouldn't survive it. My eyes darted around the small room, searching for I didn't know what. An answer. A clue. My gaze fell upon the old map table. It was bolted to the wall, its surface covered in dust and the droppings of mice long since gone. But underneath, tucked away on a small shelf I hadn't noticed before, was a book. It was a standard issue government ledger, its green cover faded and stained with water spots. With my back pressed against the wall, keeping the trapdoor in my peripheral vision, I sidled over to the table and carefully retrieved the book. It was a fire tower logbook. The first entry was dated June 1938. I flipped through the pages. Most of the entries were mundane weather reports, wind speeds, notes about passing hikers or dwindling supplies. The handwriting changed every few years as new watchmen took over the post. I skipped ahead, moving into the 60s and 70s. The entries became more sparse. Then, in the fall of 1978, I found something. The handwriting belonged to a man named Frank Miller. No relation. I hoped. His early entries were just as routine as the others. But then they started to change. October 12, 1978. Wind is fierce tonight. Tower is swaying more than usual. Strange feeling, like I'm not alone up here. Probably just the isolation. My blood ran cold. It was the same feeling I'd had. I read on my hands trembling. October 17, 1978. Heard something on the stairs last night. A scratching sound. Went to look but saw nothing. The bolt was shut tight. Must be animals. October 24, 1978. It happened again. Louder this time. Not scratching. More like dragging. Woke me up. I swear the door was cold. The bolt was locked. I'm not sleeping well. November 2, 1978. The bolt was locked. I checked it 3 times before bed. I woke up and the trapdoor was open. It was just standing open. The bolt was still locked. This is not possible. I am not going crazy. I slammed it shut. I heard it run back down the stairs. It was fast. I had to stop reading. I felt sick. This had happened before. To this man, Frank. He had experienced the exact same impossible event. I heard it run back down the stairs. What had he heard? His final entry was dated November 5, 1978. The handwriting was a barely legible scrawl. It keeps opening the door. I don't know how. It gets through the lock. Last night I didn't close it. I looked down the stairs with my lantern. I saw it. God forgive me. I saw its face. It's not an animal. It wants to get in. It watches me through the floor. I can't stay here. I'm leaving at first light. I'm not spending another night with that thing under my feet. It's the Crow's Peak thing. The old stories are true. That was the last entry. The rest of the pages were blank. The Crow's Peak thing. My mind reeled. What old stories? What had he seen? A cold dread, deeper and more profound than simple fear, settled over me. This wasn't a random event. This was a place. This place had a history. A thing, and it was still here. It was right beneath my feet. Separated from me only by a few inches of wood, and a lock that meant nothing to it. Just as that thought solidified in my mind, a new sound began. It wasn't the dragging sound from below. It was quiet, sharp, and close. Tap, I froze, my head snapping up. I scanned the dark cabin. Tap, tap. It was coming from the window, the one facing east towards the coming dawn. It was a gentle, rhythmic tapping. Patient, inquisitive. I pointed my headlamp at the glass. my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I saw nothing, just the reflection of my own terrified face, and beyond it, the faintest, ghostly gray light beginning to outline the distant mountains. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was clear, distinct, and it was coming from the outside of the glass, 100 feet above the unforgiving rock of the summit. My world, which had already shrunk to the 7 by 7 foot confines of the cabin, now contracted to the space between my own 2 ears. The sound was everything. Tap, tap, tap. It was a sound that had no right to exist. 100 feet of open air separated me from the solid ground of the summit. No tree was tall enough to reach these windows. No bird tapped with such a slow, deliberate, and intelligent rhythm. My headlamp beam remained fixed on the glass, revealing nothing but the reflection of a pale, wide-eyed man who I barely recognized as myself. The tapping continued, patient and unnervingly gentle. It wasn't the sound of something trying to break in. It was the sound of something trying to get my attention. It wanted me to look. It wanted me to see. The logbook lay open on the floor where I'd dropped it. Frank's final. Frantic words echoed in my mind. I saw its face. It's wrong. A part of me, the rational part that was now screaming from a deep, locked room in my brain, told me not to look, to stay in my corner, wait for the sun, and pray. But another part, a morbid curiosity fused with sheer heart, stopping terror, knew I had to. I couldn't spend the rest of my life, however short that might be, wondering what was on the other side of that glass. Slowly, shakily, I got to my feet. I switched off my headlamp. The sudden plunge into near, total darkness was disorienting. But it was the only way I'd be able to see through the glass instead of just seeing myself. The faint, pre-dawn light was growing, turning the inky black sky into a deep, bruised purple. The silhouettes of the distant peaks were becoming sharp and clear. My stockinged feet made no sound on the dusty floorboards as I crept towards the eastern window. Each step was an eternity. The tapping stopped. The silence it left behind was worse, filled with a terrible anticipation. I held my breath, my nose inches from the cold glass. I pressed my hands against the frame to steady myself and forced my eyes to focus on the world outside. At first, I saw nothing but the vast, empty expanse of the sky. Then my eyes adjusted, and I saw it. It wasn't a face, not in any sense that I understood. Clinging to the steel frame on the outside of the window was a thing. It was long and pale, the color of bleached bone or fungus that grows in the dark. It was impossibly thin, like a tangle of roots or sinews that had been stretched to their breaking point. It didn't seem to have a body, just a series of interconnected, spindly limbs that ended in what looked like long, dark brown thorns or talons. It was these thorns that had been tapping on the glass. The part of it that corresponded to a head was a smooth, oblong shape, featureless except for a single dark, vertical slit that pulsed faintly, opening and closing by a fraction of an inch in a slow, rhythmic manner. There were no eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just that deep, black, pulsing line. As I watched, mesmerized and horrified, the slit widened slightly, and a low, guttural humming sound vibrated through the glass, a sound I felt in my teeth. Frank was right. It was wrong. It was a creature of impossible angles and unnatural biology. Something that had climbed out of a place where the rules of nature didn't apply. It had climbed the outside of the tower, its thorny limbs finding purchase on the rusted steel, just to look at me. As the first, true rays of sunlight crested the most distant mountain, painting the horizon in a brilliant slash of gold. The thing reacted. It recoiled from the light as if struck. The humming intensified, rising in pitch to a pained, scraping shriek. The featureless head turned, the black slit fixing on me. And then it moved. It didn't climb down. It simply let go. I watched, stunned, as it fell away from the window, a pale, spindly shape tumbling through the air, disappearing from my view. I listened for the sound of it hitting the rocks below, but there was nothing. No impact. It was just gone. For a moment, I was flooded with relief so intense it almost brought me to my knees. It was over. The sun was up. It was gone. But then I looked at the trapdoor. It was still closed, the heavy bolt still resting uselessly on top of it. The thing might be afraid of the sun, but it had had all night to do whatever it wanted. Was it truly gone, or was it just hiding from the light, waiting for me in the shadowy confines of the stairwell? It watches me through the floor. Frank's words came back to me. I had to get out. Now. Panic gave me a new, frantic energy. I scrambled to my pack, stuffing my sleeping bag and gear inside with clumsy, shaking hands. I didn't care about being neat. I just needed to be ready to run. I slung the pack onto my back, grabbed my heavy mag light, and turned to face the door. This was the final, terrible puzzle. To escape, I had to open the door that the creature had come through. I had to slide back, the bolt that it had ignored, lift the door that it had passed through like a phantom, and descend into the darkness where it had been waiting. I knelt. My fingers trembled as they touched the cold steel of the bolt. I pulled. It slid back with a grating, metallic shriek that sounded deafeningly loud in the small cabin. Now for the door itself. I found the recessed handle and pulled. It was heavy, so heavy. I strained, my muscles screaming, my back protesting. With a final, desperate heave, the door lifted, groaning in protest, and I swung it open, revealing the dark, spiraling staircase. I didn't hesitate. I didn't look down. I swung my legs over the edge and found the first step. And then I ran. It was a controlled fall more than a descent. I flew down the metal stairs. My hand clamped to the railing, my boots clanging a chaotic, percussive rhythm against the steps. The entire tower swayed and groaned around me, a symphony of protesting metal. With every flight, the light from the cabin above grew dimmer. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The square of light at the top was empty. I was alone. Or so I thought. I was about halfway down when I heard it again. The sound from the night before. Sha lump, it was coming from below me. It hadn't left. It had just retreated into the shadows of the tower's core. And now it was coming back up. A scream tore from my throat. I went faster, taking the stairs 2, 3 at a time. The sound was getting closer, louder. Sh lump, Ticket was moving faster than before. It was chasing me. I didn't dare look down. I just focused on the stairs in front of me, on the growing light from the bottom of the tower. I could smell the pine needles and the damp earth. I was almost there. Lump tick. It was right behind me. I could feel a cold draft on the back of my neck. I could smell the rot and decay. I risked one final, terrified glance back. In the gloom behind me, I saw a pale, elongated limb, thin as a branch, reach through the gap in the stairs, its dark thorn of a tip just inches from my ankle. I screamed again and threw myself forward, tumbling down the last flight of stairs and landing in a heap on the concrete base of the tower. I scrambled to my feet, not bothering to check for injuries, and burst out into the brilliant, glorious morning sun. I ran, I ran without looking back, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my clothes. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I didn't stop until I stumbled back onto the main Appalachian Trail, collapsing at the feet of a pair of startled, elderly hikers. I never told anyone the full story. I told the police I'd been spooked by a bear. They nodded, used to stories from panicked city folk. I abandoned my car and had a friend pick me up. I never went back to the Blue Ridge Mountains. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think about the tower. I think about the locked bolt and the open door. I think about Frank Miller's final, terrified entry in the logbook. And I think about that pale, wrong thing, clinging to the glass 100 feet in the air. I don't explore abandoned places anymore. I've learned that some places were abandoned for a reason, and some things, once forgotten, are better left that way. Because I know what's out there now. In the deep woods, on the high, lonely peaks, under the silent watch of the stars, things are waiting, and they know how to open locked doors. My name is Alexei Volkov. Officially, my title is Park Ranger, stationed at Olympic National Park in Washington State. It's a title that conjures images of Smokey Bear, hats, and friendly guidance on hiking trails. And while that's a part of the job, it's not my whole story. For the last 8 years, I've also served on the regional search, dive, and recovery team. The recovery part of that title is a sterile euphemism. It means that when someone or something goes missing in one of the park's myriad bodies of water, I'm one of the people they call to bring it back. More often than not, we're not rescuing anyone. We're retrieving evidence. Or worse, we're retrieving victims. It's a grim, silent work conducted in the cold, dark places that tourists rarely see. Our jurisdiction covers a vast expanse of wilderness, a place of dramatic, often brutal beauty. We have the rugged, storm-battered Pacific coastline, the temperate rainforests with their ancient, moss-draped giants, and the jagged, glacier-capped peaks of the Olympic Mountains. And within this landscape, there is water. Rivers, ponds, and lakes, each with its own character. But none are like Lake Crescent. Of all the bodies of water I have known, none holds a candle to its combination of stunning beauty and profound dread. From the highway that curves along its southern shore, the lake is a breathtaking spectacle, a massive, crescent-shaped slash of impossible cobalt, blue cradled between steep, forested mountains. It was carved by glaciers during the last ice age, and its waters are of an incredible depth and purity. But the lake has a dark history, a history that predates the park, the highway, and even the first European settlers. The local Klallam and Quileute tribes, whose ancestors have lived in this region for millennia, speak of it not as a place of peace, but as a site of ancient violence. Their lore holds that the lake wasn't always there. The mountains that now flank it, Mount Storm King and Mount Angelus, were once powerful rival chiefs. A great and terrible battle erupted between them, and in their fury, they tore the land asunder. The chasm they created filled with water, swallowing warriors, weapons, and secrets, none of which ever resurfaced. They say the lake has no bottom, and that it was born from conflict. It is a place that remembers. Science offers a different, though no less unsettling, explanation for the lake's unique properties. The water is exceptionally cold, remaining just above freezing year-round, even at the surface. It's also incredibly clear, with visibility sometimes exceeding 100 feet. This is due to a lack of nitrogen, which inhibits the growth of phytoplankton, the microscopic algae that cloud most lakes. This low nitrogen chemistry, combined with the frigid temperatures, creates a unique environment for preservation. Normal decomposition, the bacterial process that breaks down organic matter, simply doesn't happen in the conventional way. The lake doesn't rot its dead, it keeps them. It's a liquid tomb that arrests the process of decay, holding things in a state of suspended animation. This brings me to the Lady of the Lake. Every ranger knows the story. It's part of our orientation, a piece of grisly local lore that serves as a cautionary tale. In 1937, a woman named Hallie Illingworth vanished. She was a waitress at a local tavern, and she was last seen with her husband, a man with a reputation for a violent temper. 3 years later, in 1940, a group of fishermen found her. Her body had surfaced, bobbing near the shore. An autopsy revealed she had been strangled, and her body weighted down, likely dumped in the lake's deepest part shortly after she disappeared. Her husband was eventually convicted of her murder, but the discovery of the body was what made the story infamous. Hallie Illingworth was not decomposed. The lake's unique chemistry had worked its strange magic on her tissues. The process is called saponification. The frigid, nitrogen-poor water had transformed the subcutaneous fat of her body into adipocere, a hard, waxy, soap-like substance. She was perfectly, eerily preserved. Her features were intact, her skin like that of a pale marble statue. They called her the Lady of the Lake, a permanent, haunting resident of the deep. For me, the story was just that, a story. A fascinating, macabre piece of park history. It was something to tell visitors, a chilling footnote to the beauty of the landscape. It was history sealed away in old case files in black and white photographs. It had no bearing on my reality. That is, until a training dive last year. It was a standard exercise, something we did every few months to keep our skills sharp. The scenario was a deep water vehicle recovery. A junk car had been stripped of its fluids, cleaned, and sunk in a deep section of the lake, resting on a ledge about 120 feet down. Our job was to descend, assess the wreck, and attach lift bags to bring it to the surface. It was a routine I'd performed a dozen times. My partner for the dive was Ben Carter, a solid, no-nonsense guy I'd worked with for years. We trusted each other implicitly, a necessity when your life depends on the person swimming beside you in the crushing dark. The day was overcast and gray, the sky a flat, washed-out sheet that promised rain. The surface of the lake was calm, a dark mirror reflecting the somber sky. We geared up on the deck of the dive boat. The familiar rituals a small comfort against the penetrating cold. The hiss of the regulators, the clank of the tanks, the tight squeeze of the dry suit's neck seal. It was all part of the transition from one world to another. We did our final checks, exchanged a thumbs up, and rolled backward off the side of the boat, plunging into the silent, frigid blue. The shock of the cold was immediate, a physical blow, but my suit kept the worst of it at bay. We oriented ourselves and began our descent. The world of sound and air vanished, replaced by the rhythmic hiss and bubble of my own breathing. Sunlight penetrated the first 50 or 60 feet, turning the water into a luminous, sapphire-colored void. The visibility was incredible, just as the legends claimed. It felt less like swimming and more like flying through a vast, liquid sky. We descended past a sheer rock wall, its surface smooth and dark, disappearing into the depths below. The pressure built steadily, a heavy, insistent weight on my entire body. The light from the surface faded, and the vibrant blue deepened to a dark, inky black. We switched on our dive lights, their powerful beams cutting sharp, white cones through the gloom, illuminating a universe of tiny, suspended particles. We were alone in the immense, silent heart of the lake. We reached the target depth of 120 feet a few minutes later. The bottom wasn't a flat, silty bed, but a wide, rocky ledge that jutted out from the sheer cliff face we had been following. Below us, the ledge dropped off into an abyss so profound that our lights couldn't find its bottom. It was like standing on the edge of the world. The dummy car sat on the ledge, about 50 feet from the drop-off. It looked absurdly out of place, a ghost of the surface world in this silent, alien landscape. Its metal shell was covered in a fine layer of silt, its empty windows like vacant eyes, staring into the oppressive darkness. We got to work. The cold was a constant, leeching presence, but our training took over. We moved with the slow, deliberate economy of motion that deep diving demands. Every action is calculated to conserve air and energy. Ben swam to the front of the vehicle, while I went to the rear. We unspooled our lines and began the methodical process of attaching the lift bags to the car's frame. The only sounds were the rhythmic chorus of our breathing, the inhale hiss, the exhale gurgle, and the occasional metallic of a carabiner against the car's chassis. The silence down here is unlike any other. It's not just an absence of noise, it's a presence. A heavy, crushing weight that presses in from all sides, amplifying the sound of your own heartbeat in your ears. My world had shrunk to the cone of my dive light. The car, my hands, the bag, the line. Focus is everything at this depth. The pressure can play tricks on the mind, a phenomenon we call nitrogen narcosis, or the rapture of the deep. It can cause euphoria, anxiety, or hallucinations. You have to stay grounded, tethered to the task at hand. I was securing the final strap on my lift bag when it happened. My light swept across a section of the rock wall as I shifted my position. Out of the corner of my eye, at the very edge of the light's reach, I saw something. It wasn't a fish. The lake is famously devoid of them at this depth. It wasn't debris. It was a shape, a vertical line in a horizontal world. I paused, my gloved hands still on the strap. I told myself it was narcosis, a trick of the light and the pressure. I deliberately took a slow, deep breath, checked my gauges. Everything was normal. Air, depth, time, all within parameters. I shook my head slightly, trying to clear it, and went back to my work. Ben gave me a quick flash of his light, the underwater equivalent of asking, "You okay?" I flashed back once for, "Yes." I finished with my bag and began swimming towards the front of the car to meet Ben. As I moved, my light beam naturally swung in a wider arc, painting a broader swath of the surrounding darkness. And I saw it again. This time, there was no mistaking it. About 30, maybe 40 feet away, just beyond the sunken car, something was floating. It was motionless, suspended vertically in the water column. It was the shape of a person. My blood, already chilled by the lake, seemed to turn to ice water in my veins. The sound of my own breathing became a deafening roar in my ears. I stopped swimming, hovering in place. Narcosis. It has to be narcosis. But it felt utterly, terrifyingly real. I raised my light and pointed it directly at the shape, my hand trembling slightly. Ben noticed my sudden stop and the fixed direction of my beam. He swam over to me, his light joining mine, and for a moment, we both just floated there, two small points of light and life, staring into the impossible, as our powerful beams cut through the gloom and fully illuminated the figure. The last vestiges of rational explanation evaporated. It was the body of a woman. She was floating perfectly upright, her feet dangling a few inches off the silty floor. Her long, dark hair swayed around her head with a slow, hypnotic grace, moved by currents we couldn't feel. She was wearing a dress, a simple, dark garment that looked like something out of an old photograph, something from the 1930s. But it was her skin that held the true horror. It was a pale, waxy, luminous white, like a marble statue that had been left in the dark for a century. It didn't look like flesh. It looked like soap. It was her, the Lady of the Lake. The historical footnote, the ghost story, the saponified corpse of Hallie Illingworth, floating in the crushing silence of her own tomb. A scream was building in my chest, a raw, primal thing. But you can't scream 120 feet underwater. It just becomes a choked gurgle in your regulator. I was frozen, every muscle locked in a rictus of pure terror. Beside me, Ben was equally still, his light fixed on the apparition. We were seeing a ghost, a legend made manifest in the cold, clear water. The story wasn't just a story. It was real, and it was right in front of us. And then the absolute worst thing happened. The thing that haunts my waking moments and turns my sleep into a landscape of dark water and silent dread. The figure, which we had assumed was just a static, preserved corpse, moved. It wasn't a drift or a shift in the current. It was a slow, deliberate turn of the head. The waxy, statue-like face rotated with an impossible, terrifying grace until it was looking directly at us. Its eyes were open. They were a milky, sightless, clouded blue, the eyes of the dead. But I swear, in that moment, I felt a gaze upon me, an ancient and malevolent awareness. It saw us. It knew we were there, and as we stared, mesmerized and horrified, a tiny stream of bubbles, like a string of pearls, escaped from its pale, waxy lips. It was a gesture that mimicked breath, a ghostly sigh released into the water. It was as if it were trying to speak, to welcome us to the quiet, cold dark. That single, impossible action shattered our paralysis. The figure then began to drift upwards, not tumbling or floating like a normal buoyant object, but rising with that same serene, horrifying grace, its long hair trailing behind it. It ascended towards the black surface so far above, shrinking into the gloom, until our lights could no longer hold it. And it was gone, swallowed by the immense darkness of the lake. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, neither of us moved. We just hovered there in the crushing dark, our lights still pointed at the empty water where the figure had been. The only sound was the frantic, ragged roar of my own breathing. The graceful ascent had been more terrifying than any sudden, monstrous lunge. It was calm. It was aware, and it was gone. Gone back to the surface, or gone back into the fabric of the lake itself. I didn't know which was a more horrifying thought. I turned my head slowly to look at Ben. Even through his mask, I could see the wide-eyed terror in his expression, a perfect mirror of my own. He gave me a single, sharp, jerky signal with his hand. A thumb pointed straight up, the universal sign for end the dive. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a desperate command. I jabbed my own thumbwards in immediate agreement. The training exercise, the dummy car, the lift bags, all of it was forgotten, utterly insignificant in the face of what we had just witnessed. Our only instinct was to flee. The ascent was the most terrifying 90 seconds of my life. Every foot of progress felt like a mile. Our training screamed at us to ascend slowly, to make our safety stops to avoid the bends. But every primal instinct screamed to rocket towards the distant, unreachable shimmer of the surface. We fought the panic, our movements clumsy and rushed. I kept my light pointed down, sweeping the abyss below us, half expecting to see her pale, waxy face rising up to meet us, to drag us back down into the cold. The water, which had felt like a vast, empty cathedral on the way down, now felt claustrophobic and menacing. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. The darkness was no longer empty. It was occupied. I felt a profound sense of being an intruder, of having trespassed in a place where the living were not welcome. We reached our mandatory decompression, stop at 15 feet. Floating there, just below the surface, was pure agony. The hull of the dive boat was visible above us, a dark shape promising safety and sanity, yet we were tethered to the deep for 3 excruciating minutes. I didn't look at Ben. I couldn't. We both just stared downwards into the blue, black void, our lights nervously probing the depths. Every flicker of movement, every particle drifting through the water, became a source of fresh terror. Was she down there, watching us? Was she waiting? The 3 minutes felt like 3 hours. When my dive computer finally cleared us, we didn't hesitate. We kicked for the surface with a desperation that bordered on madness. Breaking the surface was a violent, explosive event. I ripped my regulator from my mouth and took a huge, shuddering gasp of the cold, damp air. The world was blessedly normal. A gray sky, the green, black trees lining the shore, the gentle rocking of the boat. It was all so mundane, so real, that it made what we had seen below feel like a fever dream. We swam the few feet to the boat and hauled ourselves over the side, collapsing onto the deck, shedding our gear with trembling, fumbling hands. For a long time, we just sat there in silence, dripping and shivering. The only sounds the lapping of water against the hull and the distant cry of a raven. We didn't look at each other. We just stared out at the placid, dark surface of the lake. What was there to say? Did you see the ghost of a murdered woman from 1937? The question was absurd, but we both had. The shared experience was a tangible thing in the air between us, a cold, heavy presence. Finally, Ben spoke, his voice hoarse. My gauges were acting up. I got a narcosis hit, a bad one. I understood immediately. He was giving us the story, the only story we could ever tell. Me too, I said, my own voice barely a whisper. I thought I saw something. A shape. A woman. Ben nodded, not looking at me, his gaze fixed on the water. Yeah, same. Must have been a hell of a hallucination. He finally turned to look at me, his eyes pleading for agreement, for a pact of denial. A shared hallucination. That's all it was. Yeah, I agreed, the lie feeling like ash in my mouth. A shared hallucination. We logged it that way in the official dive report. Training aborted due to equipment malfunction, leading to suspected nitrogen, narcosis, in both divers. Shared visual and auditory hallucinations reported. Recommend equipment inspection. It was a plausible, professional explanation. It was a complete and utter lie. But it was the only way to preserve our careers, our credibility, and perhaps our sanity. We never spoke of it again. We didn't need to. The knowledge of what we saw is a permanent, unspoken bond between us. Sometimes I catch him, looking at the lake with a certain expression, and I know he's back there, 120 feet down in the cold and the dark. I still work at the park. I still hike the trails and admire the mountains. But I can't look at Lake Crescent the same way. When I drive along the highway that hugs its shore, I don't see the stunning blue beauty that tourists see. I see a vast, cold, and patient tomb. I see a place of immense, ancient power that operates on rules far older than our own. The story of the Lady of the Lake is no longer a piece of historical trivia for me. It's a memory, a warning. The old Clallam lore says the lake was born from violence and that it swallowed warriors who never resurfaced. They were right. The lake doesn't give up its dead. It keeps them. It preserves them in its icy, silent heart. And sometimes, when you intrude upon that silence, when you trespass in its depths, it shows them to you. Not as a threat, but as a simple, terrifying statement of fact. This is my domain. These are my residents. You are just a visitor, and you are not welcome to stay. My name is Grace O'Malley, and my official title is Park Ranger, stationed at Rocky Mountain National Park. That title, however, feels woefully inadequate for what the job truly entails. We are part biologist, part medic, part historian, and full-time custodians of a wilderness that is both breathtakingly beautiful and profoundly indifferent to human survival. I hold a master's degree in wildlife biology, a qualification that felt essential for understanding the intricate web of life here. This place is defined by elevation, a vertical world stretching from the sun, dappled montane valleys at 8,000 feet, through the dense, shadowed subalpine forests, and finally, up to the stark, wind-scored alpine tundra that sprawls across a third of the park above the tree line. It's a land of violent extremes, where a calm, sunny afternoon can turn into a life-threatening blizzard in minutes. The beauty is a mask for its inherent danger, and the park holds its secrets close. Every national park has its ghost stories, tales whispered to wide-eyed tourists around crackling campfires. They're part of the texture of the place, woven into its history. Here, our most enduring and unsettling legend is that of Miner Bill. William Bill Harrington wasn't a ranger, of course. He was a prospector in the 1880s, a stubborn loner chasing rumors of silver long before this land was federally protected. He built a small, rough, hewn cabin in a high valley, a place that even today is considered remote. According to the journals he left behind, scrawled in a frantic, deteriorating hand, he became convinced the mountains were not empty. He wrote of feeling watched, of a profound and unnatural silence that would fall upon the forest, and of strange creatures moving at the edge of his vision. His fellow prospectors, who saw him only on his rare trips to the mining camps for supplies, dismissed him as mountain mad, a common affliction for those who spent too much time alone in the vast emptiness of the Rockies. But Bill's writings grew more specific, more terrified. He described the sudden arrival of a strange, cobalt blue fog that would roll down the mountainsides without warning, even on clear days. It was, he wrote, cold, dry fog that smells of ozone and dead things. After this fog cleared, he would find animal carcasses, deer, elk, even the occasional bear, laid out in the open. They were never torn or mauled. His journal describes them as being picked clean to the bone, neat as a surgeon's work, surrounded by giant, three-toed footprints pressed deep into the earth. The story always ends the same way. After weeks of silence, a few other miners hiked up to check on him. They found his cabin empty, the door swinging in the wind. His journal was on the table, open to its last, terrifying entry. They found what was left of Miner Bill, a quarter-mile from his cabin near a stream. His bones, like those of the animals he'd described, were picked clean and pressed into the soft mud of the stream bank. Beside him was a single, impossibly large, three-toed footprint. It's a fantastic campfire story. As a scientist and a pragmatist, I filed it away with other local folklore. Interesting, but ultimately fiction. I've spent years in this park, in all seasons, at all hours. I've seen what bears and mountain lions can do. I understand the mechanics of predation and decay. There was nothing in my training or experience to suggest that the story of Miner Bill was anything more than a grim fantasy. That conviction held firm until last autumn. The first reports came from the eastern boundary of the park, from ranchers whose families had worked the land for generations. They were tough, no-nonsense people, not prone to flights of fancy. The calls started trickling into the main ranger station. Something was getting into their livestock. At first, we assumed it was a problem predator, a cougar that had lost its fear of humans, or perhaps a large black bear. I was part of the initial response team, visiting the ranches to assess the situation. The first kill site was unnerving. A full-grown heifer, lying in the middle of a pasture, not 200 yards from the ranch house. There was no blood. Not a drop on the ground around the animal. The rancher, a man in his 60s with hands like worn leather, just kept shaking his head. "I've lost cattle to cats and bears my whole life," he said, his voice low. "It ain't never looked like this." He was right. The animal's hide was intact, save for a series of small, precise incisions on its underbelly. It looked less like a predator attack and more like a gruesome, methodical dissection. Our staff veterinarian came out and performed a field necropsy. The report was baffling. The heifer had been completely drained of blood, an exsanguination so total it was hard to comprehend. Furthermore, its major internal organs, the heart, liver, lungs, were gone. They hadn't been ripped out. They had been removed with what the vet described, his voice tight with disbelief, as surgical precision. Over the next 3 weeks, 4 more incidents occurred at different ranches bordering the park. The pattern was identical every time. A single animal, always in an open field. No tracks, no struggle, no blood. Just a perfectly preserved carcass, drained and hollowed out, with those same neat, inexplicable incisions. We were stumped. We expanded our patrols, set up trail cameras, and flew drone surveys over the area. We found nothing. The cameras showed deer, coyotes, the occasional bear, but never the perpetrator. The drones revealed nothing but the vast, silent landscape. The official theories we discussed in our briefings felt increasingly hollow. A highly organized team of poachers with veterinary skills. A strange, localized cult performing animal sacrifices. None of it made sense. The precision was one thing, but the complete lack of physical evidence. No tire tracks, no footprints, no spent cartridges, no blood trails. Was impossible. The situation escalated, and with pressure mounting from the local community, my supervisor, a veteran ranger named Dave, tasked me with a multi-day backcountry patrol. "Grace," he said, spreading a topographical map across the hood of his truck. The incidents form a rough line pointing directly into the park, towards the Moraine Valley region. He tapped a remote, high-altitude valley near the Continental Divide. It's a deep, isolated area. Not many trails. If someone is using the park as a base of operations, they might be hiding out there. I want you to ride in, spend a few days, and see if you can find anything. A camp, tracks, anything that looks out of place. My mission was clear. Find evidence of a human predator with unusual tastes and the skills of a surgeon. As I packed my gear and saddled my horse, Whiskey, a steady, reliable buckskin, I felt a sense of grim determination. I was a ranger, a scientist. I was heading into the wilderness to solve a problem, to find a rational explanation for a series of bizarre events. The old ghost story of Miner, Bill, was the furthest thing from my mind. It was just a story, after all. And I was dealing with reality. The first day of my patrol was uneventful, marked by the familiar rhythms of the high country. Whiskey's hooves clopped a steady beat against the hard, packed earth of the trail, a comforting sound in the vast quiet. We climbed steadily, leaving the broader, more welcoming valleys behind and pushing into the subalpine zone. The air grew thinner, crisper. The lodgepole pines and Engelmann spruce stood in silent, sentinel rows, their scent a clean, sharp perfume on the wind. Sunlight, when it broke through the canopy, dappled the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold. I saw a herd of mule deer, their large ears swiveling to track my progress, before they bounded silently into the trees. A Clark's nutcracker scolded me from a high branch. It was the park as I had always known it, wild, pristine, and governed by the understandable laws of nature. By the afternoon of the second day, we had left the last marked trail behind. I was navigating by map, compass, and the landmarks of the peaks themselves. The jagged silhouette of a ridge, the distinct shape of a glacial cirque. We were deep in the Moraine Valley region, an area carved by ancient glaciers, leaving behind a dramatic landscape of steep, sided valleys and wide, marshy meadows. This was a part of the park few people ever see. There are no campsites, no scenic overlooks. It is a place that exists for itself. The sense of isolation was profound, a physical weight. It was just me, my horse, and the immense, silent indifference of the mountains. I made camp that evening by a gurgling stream, the water so cold and clear it hurt my teeth. As dusk settled, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, I felt the familiar peace of the wilderness settle over me. I was a scientist on a mission, and this was my element. The third day dawned bright and clear, but there was a strange quality to the air, a stillness. Usually, the morning is alive with the chatter of birds and the hum of insects. But today there was nothing. A complete and total silence that felt less like peace and more like a held breath. Whiskey felt it too. His ears were pricked forward, and he shifted nervously beneath me, his breath misting in the cool air. I scanned the trees, the ridges, looking for the cause. A predator nearby, perhaps. But there was no other sign of life. The silence was the only warning. Around mid-morning, I saw it. It wasn't rolling in from the horizon. It seemed to be materializing out of the air itself, bleeding down from the high peaks. A fog. But it was unlike any fog I had ever seen. It wasn't the soft, gray mist of a mountain morning. This was a thick, heavy bank of vapor with a distinct, unnatural color. A deep, luminous cobalt blue. It moved with a strange purpose, not drifting with the wind, but flowing like a slow-motion river down the valley walls, swallowing the landscape. As it drew closer, the last of the ambient sound vanished, absorbed by the approaching wall of blue. The air temperature plummeted, a sudden, shocking cold that had nothing to do with the weather. And then came the smell. Faint at first, then stronger. Ozone. Like the air, after a lightning strike, and something else, a coppery, metallic scent that reminded me of blood. Miner Bill's words echoed in my mind, unbidden, cold, dry fog that smells of ozone and dead things. My scientific mind scrambled for an explanation. A strange temperature inversion. some kind of pollen or atmospheric dust. But my gut, the primal instinct honed by years in the wild, was screaming that this was wrong. Whiskey was frantic now, pulling at the reins, his eyes wide with terror. I dismounted, speaking to him in low, soothing tones, though my own heart was hammering against my ribs. The blue fog was upon us now, thick and cloying. It was like stepping into another world. The towering pines just feet away became hazy, indistinct shapes, then disappeared entirely. The world shrank to a suffocating circle of blue haze, no more than 20 feet in any direction. The cold was intense, seeping through my layers of clothing, a damp, penetrating chill that felt fundamentally unnatural. There was nothing to do but wait. I found a small stand of firs, their dense branches offering the illusion of shelter, and tied Whiskey's reins securely to a low hanging limb. He stood trembling, his head low, snorting puffs of panicked breath into the blue air. I leaned against a tree trunk, my hand resting on the reassuring weight of the pistol on my hip. The silence within the fog was absolute. It was a dead, sterile quiet that felt ancient and malevolent. Time seemed to warp. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My own breathing sounded unnervingly loud in the stillness. I felt a terrifying sense of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that refused to go away. I was a biologist, a ranger, a woman of logic. But in that moment, surrounded by the impossible blue fog, I was just a frightened animal, acutely aware of my own vulnerability. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. The fog didn't dissipate, it receded, pulling back up the mountainsides like a tide going out. Sunlight, sharp and brilliant, lanced through the trees. The air warmed instantly. The world snapped back into sharp focus, the colors seeming brighter, almost hyper, real. And the sounds returned. A bird chirped tentatively, then another. The hum of insects started up again. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the world had been turned back on. I took a deep, shaky breath, the clean, pine-scented air a welcome relief. The entire event had lasted for perhaps an hour, but it felt like a lifetime. I untied Whiskey, who was still shaking but calming now that the blue menace had gone. As I prepared to mount, I scanned the valley below, which was now fully visible under the bright autumn sun. And that's when I saw it. In the center of the wide, grassy meadow at the bottom of the valley, there was a dark shape. A large, still shape that hadn't been there before. A cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. I swung myself into the saddle, urging a reluctant Whiskey forward. We descended from the tree line, picking our way down the gentle slope into the meadow. As we drew closer, the shape resolved itself. It was an elk. A magnificent bull, its antlers branching regally towards the sky. It was lying on its side, perfectly still. I dismounted about 50 yards away and approached on foot, my hand once again drifting to my sidearm. The scene was eerily familiar. There was no blood staining the grass around the animal. No sign of a struggle, no torn earth. The grass was pristine. I circled the massive creature, my biologist's eye taking in the details. It was exactly the same as the rancher's cattle. The hide was unmarked, except for a series of small, impossibly neat incisions along its belly and throat. I knelt, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The feeling of dread was now a suffocating certainty. This was it. This was the work of our phantom predator. My training took over. I needed to document this, to look for evidence. I pulled out my phone to take pictures, my hands shaking slightly. I circled the carcass slowly, my eyes scanning the damp earth around it, searching for anything. Footprint, a drop tool, a shell casing. The ground was soft from a recent rain. It would hold a track perfectly. And then I found them. At first, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. They were arranged in a rough circle around the dead elk, pressed deep into the damp soil, as clear and distinct as if they had been made by a mold. 3 massive, 3-toed footprints. They were enormous, each one at least 2 feet long, with long, talon-like indentations at the tips. They were reptilian, avian, yet like nothing I had ever seen or read about. My breath caught in my throat. This was impossible. This was a story, a legend, a campfire tale to scare tourists. But the proof was right there at my feet, sunk deep into the earth. My scientific worldview, the bedrock of my entire life, cracked. Miner Bill wasn't insane. He hadn't been mountain mad. He had seen this. He had tried to warn them. I stood frozen, staring at the impossible prints, the world tilting on its axis. The silence of the valley returned. But this time, it was not empty. It was filled with the weight of a terrifying, unbelievable truth. For a long moment, I was paralyzed. The world had narrowed to the impossible shape, pressed into the mud at my feet. My scientific training, the logical framework that had guided my entire adult life, was screaming in protest, offering up and then immediately discarding a dozen frantic, inadequate explanations. A hoax. Here, miles from any trail, in a valley that sees maybe 1 human visitor a year. Who would haul a 2-foot long, 3-toed mold into this wilderness, just to carve a footprint in the mud, next to a bizarrely mutilated elk? The absurdity of the idea was almost as staggering as the print itself. Was it some unknown animal? My mind, a library of biological data, flipped through its catalog and came up empty. Nothing in the fossil record or the known world matched this. A creature that large, that heavy, could not exist without leaving other signs, without being seen. The initial shock gave way to a cold, razor-sharp fear. But it was quickly followed by something intense, undeniable curiosity. It was the same drive that had pushed me into wildlife biology in the first place. The need to know, to understand. I was terrified, more terrified than I ever been in my life. But I had to see where they went. This was no longer about poachers or cultists. My mission had changed. I was no longer a ranger investigating a crime. I was a witness to the impossible, and I had to follow the evidence. I made a decision that broke every rule of backcountry safety. I left whiskey tethered in the meadow, a small, vulnerable shape against the vast green. I left the elk, a silent testament to the mystery. Taking only my pack, my radio, and my sidearm, I started to follow the tracks. They led away from the circle, around the elk, in a straight, deliberate line. heading north toward the high, rocky ridge that formed the valley's upper wall. The stride was immense, at least 15 feet between each print. Each step was pressed deep into the earth, the soil displaced in a way that spoke of incredible weight. I found myself walking in a state of hyper-awareness, my senses dialed to a level I had never experienced. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The air was still and cold, and the silence that had returned to the valley now felt heavy with presence. I felt, with a certainty that defied logic, that I was the one being watched now. The tracks led me out of the meadow and into a dense stand of aspens. The ground here was covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves, but the impressions were still visible, deep craters in the forest floor. The trail was unerringly straight, plowing through underbrush that would have forced any normal creature, human or animal, to detour. Thickets of wild rose and buckthorn were simply trampled down, the thorny branches snapped and crushed. Whatever made these tracks did not deviate. It did not care about obstacles. After half a mile, the terrain began to steepen dramatically. The path led directly towards a shale slope, a treacherous, shifting wall of loose rock and scree, angled at a dizzying 60 degrees. I stopped at its base, my breath catching in my chest. For a human, this was a difficult, technical climb requiring careful handholds and footholds. For a bear or a mountain lion, it would be a struggle. For a creature the size and weight suggested by the tracks, it should have been impossible. The sheer physics were wrong, but the tracks went straight up, with my heart pounding a frantic rhythm of fear and disbelief. I began to climb. The shale shifted and slid under my boots, and several times I had to drop to my hands and knees to keep from sliding back down. I kept my eyes fixed on the impossible trail ahead of me. The prints were still there, punched into the loose rock as if by a giant piledriver. There were no signs of slipping or scrambling, no displaced rock to indicate a struggle for purchase. Just a series of perfect, massive footprints ascending a slope that defied all logic. It took me nearly an hour to reach the top, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming in protest. I crested the ridge and found myself on a narrow, windswept saddle. And the tracks continued, leading directly to the base of the final obstacle, a sheer, 100-foot wall of granite. The cliff face of the mountain itself. And there, at the very base of that vertical wall of rock, was the last footprint. It was the clearest one yet, pressed into a small patch of damp earth that had collected at the foot of the cliff. It was perfect, a final, undeniable statement. I stood there, staring at that last, perfect track, and then up at the seamless, unforgiving rock face that rose into the sky. And that was it. The trail just ended. There was nowhere else to go. No cave, no ledge, no crevice. The tracks went to the base of this cliff, and then vanished into thin air. I stood there for a long time, the wind whipping at my clothes, the enormity of what I was seeing washing over me in waves of cold dread. Miner Bill's cabin was found empty. His bones were discovered nearby. They never found out what happened to him, only that he was gone. The thought sent a fresh spike of fear through me. I was alone, miles from help, standing at the terminus of a trail, made by something that did not obey the laws of physics. My radio crackled to life, startling me so badly I almost drew my weapon. It was Dave, his voice a tinny, distorted echo of the rational world I had left behind. Grace, it's past your scheduled check-in. Everything okay? I fumbled for the radio, my hand shaking. What could I possibly say? Saw a blue fog and found a dead elk surrounded by tracks that defy the laws of nature. They would pull me for a psych evaluation. I pressed the button. Dave, it's Grace. I'm okay. I found another kill. A bull elk. Same as the others. Any sign of our poachers? He asked. I looked at the footprint at my feet, then at the granite wall. Negative, I said, my voice hoarse. No sign of human activity. I'm heading back to my horse now. I'll be out of the backcountry by tomorrow afternoon. The journey back down was a blur. I didn't look back. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. I reached Whiskey, who was still agitated, and rode him hard, pushing us both to the limit, wanting only to put as much distance as possible between us and that silent, impossible valley. I filed my official report. Bull elk, deceased. Apparent cause of death, consistent with previous livestock incidents. Evidence of exsanguination and organ removal. No physical evidence of perpetrators found at the scene. I left out the blue fog. I left out the footprints. I attached the photos of the elk, but not the ones of the tracks. Those I kept for myself. They are a constant, terrifying reminder that my world is bigger and stranger than I ever believed. The livestock killings stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The official case file remains open, unsolved. But I know the truth. Miner Bill wasn't insane. He saw something real, and it's still here. It lives in the high, lonely places, cloaked in a blue fog. It walks the peaks where people don't go, leaving behind mutilated carcasses and impossible footprints. It is a reminder that some legends are not just stories, whispered around a campfire. Some legends are written in stone and earth, and they are waiting in the silence for the rest of us to learn how to read them. My name is Alani Begay, and I am a wilderness ranger for the Bureau of Land Management. It's a title that sounds both grand and slightly vague, which is a fairly accurate description of the job itself. Most people, when they think of rangers, picture the iconic flat-brimmed hat and the backdrop of a place like Yosemite or Yellowstone. They think of towering green trees and crystal clear rivers. My jurisdiction is a different kind of wild. I work in the backcountry of northwestern New Mexico, specifically in the Bistig D. Nung Zin Wilderness. It's a sprawling 45,000-acre expanse of badlands that most people speed past on their way to somewhere else. A monochrome blur of gray and brown on the horizon. To the uninitiated eye, it's a wasteland. To the geologist, it's a treasure trove. To my people, it is a sacred and profoundly powerful place. It's a landscape carved not by water and gentle erosion, but by violent upheaval and the slow, grinding passage of millennia. The air here is thin and dry, and the silence is a physical presence, broken only by the whisper of the wind, scarring the rock, or the distant cry of a hawk. The ground is a maze of surreal, eroded rock formations called hoodoos, bizarre sculptures of sandstone that look like petrified giants, goblin thrones, or the skeletal fingers of some long, dead leviathan reaching for the sky. Petrified wood, glittering with the colors of 1,000 sunsets, lies scattered across the cracked earth like the bones of a forgotten forest. And deeper within the labyrinthine canyons, the true bones are found. The fossilized remains of dinosaurs that walked this land when it was a coastal swamp teeming with life. My duties are varied. I maintain trails that seem to vanish overnight, monitor the fragile ecosystem, and perform search and rescue operations for hikers who inevitably underestimate the disorienting nature of the terrain. But a significant and often frustrating part of my job is law enforcement. Specifically, tracking and apprehending poachers, not the kind that hunt deer out of season, but a more insidious breed: fossil thieves. They come with chisels and plaster, seeking to carve out a piece of history to sell on the black market, desecrating a place that is, for all intents and purposes, an open-air museum and a church. For the past 3 weeks, I'd been on the trail of one such individual. This one was careful, more so than most. They left little sign, moved at odd hours, and seemed to have an uncanny knowledge of the land. But they were getting bolder. A park volunteer have found a freshly excavated site near the western boundary, a deep scar in a shale deposit where the vertebrae of a duck-billed dinosaur had been crudely hacked from the earth. The boot prints, distinctive, a deep-lowed sole with a noticeable wear pattern on the left heel. I had been following those prints, on and off, for days, losing the trail where the wind had swept the ground clean, only to pick it up again in a sheltered arroyo. This morning, I had a good feeling. A storm had passed through 2 nights before, leaving the ground damp and receptive. The poacher's tracks were fresh, less than 12 hours old, leading away from the established trail system and into the deep wilderness, into a section of the Badlands known as the D-Nye Zin. The name itself is a Dine word, meaning standing crane, a reference to the petroglyphs found on the canyon walls. But my grandmother, my Shimaselite, always told me the older names for these places, the names that spoke of their true nature. She called this area Laie Itsobita, the monster's teeth. You must be careful there, Alani, she would tell me, her voice a low, raspy whisper as she sat, weaving by the light of a kerosene lamp. That is not a place for people. It is a place of memory, and not all memories are good. The stories are real there. The ground remembers. As a ranger, I am trained in science. I understand geology, hydrology, and archaeology. I can identify the striations in a rock face and tell you the story of the sea that laid it down 70 million years ago. I can read a topographical map and navigate by the sun and stars. My world is one of evidence, of empirical data and logical deduction. But I am also Dine. I was raised on the stories of the Dine Bahane, our creation myth. I was taught that this world, the glittering world, is not the first. It is the fifth. And the world before this one was a dark and terrible age ruled by the Ane, the alien gods. The Ane were not gods in the way others might think of them. They were monsters born of unnatural acts, who stalked the land and hunted the Dine for sport and for food. They were beings of immense power and cruelty, each with their own horrific legend. They were finally slain by the hero twins, Neye Nishkatian, Tbajish Shin, monster slayer and born for water, who were gifted with weapons from their father, the sun. But the power of the Ane was so great that it could not be truly erased. The places where they fell, the weapons they carried, the very essence of their being, it all left a stain on the land, a permanent psychic scar. The lava fields to the south are the dried blood of Itso, the great giant. The mountain we call Shiprak is the roost of Se, Nenagiale, the bird of monster feathers. These are not just geological formations to us. They are crime scenes. They are graves. And some graves, my grandmother warned, do not stay quiet. I tried to push those thoughts from my mind as I guided my patrol truck down the rutted dirt road, the suspension groaning in protest. Professionalism was a shield. The poacher was my focus. The tracks. The evidence. I parked at a washout that served as an informal trailhead and shouldered my pack. The air was already hot. The sun a white, hot disk in a bleached blue sky. The silence was absolute. I found the tracks easily, leading into a narrow, winding wash. The poacher was moving with purpose, heading deep into the maze of gray and black striped hills. I followed, my boots crunching on the loose gravel. The further I walked, the stranger the landscape became. The hoodoos here were darker, more twisted. The air grew heavy, the silence more profound. It felt like I had stepped off the edge of the map, into a place that time had forgotten. An hour passed, then two. The heat was relentless, shimmering off the dark clay hills. I paused to drink from my canteen, wiping sweat from my brow. The tracks continued onward, unwavering. This person knew exactly where they were going. It was as I rounded a sharp bend in the wash, the canyon walls rising steeply on either side, that I saw it, and I stopped dead. In the middle of the wide, sandy wash sat a boulder. That's the only word for it, yet it feels entirely inadequate. It was massive, the size of a small house, and almost perfectly spherical. It was composed of a dark, volcanic rock, slick and almost polished, a type of basalt that had no business being here. The surrounding geology was all sandstone and shale, soft and friable. This thing was an intruder, an impossibility. It wasn't on any of my topographical maps. A feature this large would have been a landmark. It was as if it had simply appeared. A cold dread, sharp and sudden, washed over me. It wasn't just the geological anomaly that scared me. It was a deeper, colder feeling. A sense of recognition that bypassed my rational, scientific mind and struck directly at the core of my being. At the part of me that was my grandmother's granddaughter. The stories she told me around the fire, the warnings whispered in the dark, they all came rushing back in a single, terrifying wave. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, what I was looking at. My grandmother had told me the story of this particular Ane. It wasn't a giant or a winged beast. It was something simpler and somehow more horrible. It was Tize Negahi, the traveling stone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. Tize Nagahi. The name echoed in the chambers of my mind, not as a word, but as a feeling. A primal, ice-cold certainty. The rational, educated part of my brain, the part that had been trained and certified by the federal government, scrambled for an alternative. It was an erratic, a glacial deposit left millions of years ago. A geological fluke. A trick of the heat and the light and an overactive imagination fueled by my grandmother's fireside tales. But the explanations were hollow. Shields against the sheer, overwhelming presence of the thing before me. No glacier could have deposited a perfect sphere of basalt in the middle of a sandstone wash. No trick of the light could account for its sudden, unmapped existence. The part of me that was Dine, the part that had been born of this land and its stories knew the truth without question. The stories were real. My grandmother's voice came back to me as clear, as if she were standing beside me in the wash, her hand on my shoulder. She told the story not as a myth, but as a historical account, a warning passed down through generations. Tize Nagahi was not just a mindless, rolling engine of destruction. That was the simplistic version. The truth, she said, was far more terrifying. It was a hunter. It possessed a low, malevolent cunning, an intelligence born of deep time and singular purpose. It would lie dormant for centuries, indistinguishable from the landscape, allowing moss and lichen to grow on its surface, allowing the world to forget. It would wait, feeling the vibrations of the earth, sensing the approach of the living. It was drawn to greed, to carelessness, to those who took from the land without respect. It would pursue its chosen victim, not with a chaotic, bouncing chase, but with a terrifying, calculated roll, leveling everything in its path. Its purpose was simple and absolute: to crush, to absorb, to feed on the life force it extinguished. Monster Slayer had not killed it. My grandmother had insisted. He had only wounded it, defeated it. He had planted his sacred flint knives in the ground, and when the stone rolled over them, they had shattered its perfect form, breaking it into 1,000 pieces. But each piece, she said, held a fragment of the original's hunger, and over the long ages, some of those pieces might find each other. They might be drawn together by the memory of their old form, slowly, imperceptibly, reforming in the deep places of the earth, waiting to be awakened once more. My duty and my terror were at war within me. The poacher. I was here for the poacher. My training demanded I investigate, that I follow the evidence to its conclusion. But every instinct, every fiber of my being that was connected to my ancestors screamed at me to turn and flee. I stood frozen for a long moment, the sun beating down on my head, my world narrowed to the impossible black sphere, dominating the wash. Duty won, but only by a thread. I couldn't just leave. I had to be sure. I took a breath, the hot, dry air searing my lungs, and forced myself to move. Not toward the boulder, not yet, but parallel to it, my eyes scanning the ground. I found the poacher's tracks again. The deep, lugged soles, the worn left heel. They were clear in the damp sand. They led from the side of the wash, where he had obviously been walking, and made a direct line for the stone. He had seen it, just as I had, and his curiosity, or perhaps his greed, had drawn him in. I followed the tracks, my own steps slow and deliberate. They led me closer and closer to the base of the immense, dark rock. The air around the boulder was noticeably colder. The oppressive heat of the Badlands seemed to stop at an invisible perimeter. About 20 feet out from its surface, the silence here was different too. It wasn't the empty silence of the desert. It was a heavy, listening silence. I felt a low, frequency pressure building in my ears, a sub-audible hum that vibrated up through the soles of my boots. It felt like standing too close to a massive, idling engine. The poacher's footprints went right up to the rock. And there, they stopped. My blood ran cold. I scanned the entire perimeter, a full 360-degree circle around the base of the stone. There were no tracks leading away. None. It was as if the man had simply evaporated the moment he reached it. My gaze fell to the ground at the spot where his last footprint was visible. There, smeared across the gray dirt and clinging to the grains of sand, was a dark, reddish-brown stain. It was unmistakable. It was blood. Not a lot, but enough. Nearby, half buried in the sand, was the splintered, sun-bleached wood of a shovel handle, snapped clean in two. A few feet away, I saw the glit of metal. A rock chisel. The kind used for splitting shale to get at the fossils within. He hadn't just approached it. He had tried to take a piece of it. The fool. The absolute, arrogant fool. He had seen a unique geological specimen, a priceless potential artifact, and had tried to chip off a sample. A new, more horrifying thought struck me. I lifted my gaze from the ground and looked past the boulder, up the wash in the direction I had come. My heart seized. Leading from a collapsed section of a cliff, face about a quarter of a mile away, was a track. It wasn't the poacher's footprints or the trail of some animal. It was a massive, gouged out furrow in the earth, a shallow, perfectly straight trench the exact width of the boulder. The edges of the track were sharp, the displaced earth still piled high on its sides, not yet eroded by the wind. It was fresh. The boulder hadn't been waiting here for him. It hadn't simply appeared. The poacher, in his digging and hammering at the cliffside, had disturbed it. He had awakened it. It had dislodged itself and had rolled from the cliff to this spot. He hadn't just stumbled upon a monster, he had summoned it. He must have turned, hearing the groan of shifting rock, and seen this house-sized sphere, detaching itself from the hillside and rolling, silently and with impossible speed, directly toward him. The last moments of his life played out in my mind with sickening clarity. I felt a wave of nausea and a dizzying sense of vertigo. The malevolent pressure I'd felt earlier intensified, coalescing into a palpable feeling of awareness. It was not just a stone. It was a predator, dormant and sated, but aware. It knew I was here. It had been disturbed, and it had fed, and now it was resting. But it was watching me. The feeling was as undeniable as the heat of the sun on my skin. It was a sleeping hunger, an ancient, patient malice that had been here since the dawn of time. The poacher had gotten too close, had struck it with his tools, and it had responded. My hand of its own accord went to the handle of the large bar knife sheathed on my belt. The gesture was absurd, and I knew it. A blade of modern, milled steel against a being of myth and stone. It was like trying to fight a hurricane with a feather. But it was an anchor, a familiar weight in a world that had suddenly become untethered from reality. I had to leave. Now, the old teachings, the ones my grandmother had drilled into me, surfaced through the panic. Do not show fear. Do not make sudden movements. And you never, ever turn your back on them. Slowly, deliberately, I began to back away. My eyes remained locked on the stone, every nerve in my body screaming. Each step was an eternity. My boots crunched softly in the gravel, the sound deafening in the charged silence. I didn't dare take my eyes off it, terrified that if I blinked, it would no longer be there, but somewhere else entirely. Behind me, the dark, slick surface seemed to absorb the sunlight, giving nothing back. It was a hole in the world, a sphere of pure negation. 10 yards, 50. The pressure in my ears began to subside, and the desert heat washed back over me, a welcome, familiar discomfort. I kept walking backward, my neck aching, my legs trembling with the strain of the unnatural movement. I walked like that for what must have been half a mile, until the bend in the wash finally hid the monstrous black sphere from my sight. Only then did I dare to turn around. And then I ran. I didn't run with the controlled, steady gait of a ranger. I fled with the blind, ragged panic of prey. My lungs burned, and my legs pumped furiously, carrying me away from the place where the world had cracked open to reveal the nightmare beneath. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every gust of wind against the back of my neck felt like a cold touch. The image of the black sphere was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I didn't need to look back. I could feel its presence behind me, a vast and ancient weight on the landscape, a silent, knowing pressure that I feared would follow me forever. The Badlands, a place I had always considered my own, a place of harsh beauty and profound solitude, had transformed. The hoodoos were no longer just rock formations. They were silent, watching figures. The maze, like canyons, were no longer a challenge to be navigated. They were a trap. By the time I scrambled back to my truck, I was gasping for air, my body trembling with a cocktail of adrenaline and terror. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly. It took 3 attempts to get the key into the ignition. The engine turning over was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I didn't bother with the rutted dirt road. I slammed the truck into gear and drove straight through the sagebrush, bouncing violently over the uneven terrain. My only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and that wash. I watched the rearview mirror with a paranoid intensity, half expecting to see a house-sized boulder cresting the hill behind me, rolling with silent, impossible purpose. The drive back to the station was a blur. The familiar landmarks of my patrol area seemed alien, like scenery from a life I no longer lived. The scientific, logical framework I had built my career upon lay in ruins, shattered by a single, perfectly spherical stone. How could I reconcile the two halves of my existence? Alani Begay, BLM Ranger, who filed reports, followed protocols, and relied on evidence, and Alani Begay, Dani woman, granddaughter of a weaver who knew that monsters were real and that some places in the earth were left better undisturbed. Today, the two had collided with catastrophic force. Back at the small, dusty outpost that served as my station, I sat in the driver's seat for a long time, the engine ticking as it cooled. The sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and purple. Usually, I found beauty in the sunset here, a sense of peace. Tonight, it just looked like a wound in the sky. I finally forced myself out of the truck and went inside. The familiar scent of dust and stale coffee doing little to soothe my frayed nerves. The blank incident report form on my desk seemed to mock me. Subject: missing person poacher investigation. Name: John Doe. Last known location. What could I possibly write? How do you document the impossible? Subject's trail followed into D. Nikes in wilderness. Evidence suggests subject was crushed to death by a carnivorous geological anomaly. I could see my supervisor's face, the mixture of pity and concern, as he arranged for my psychological evaluation and placed me on indefinite administrative leave. They would send another team in, a full search and rescue operation. They would find the boulder. They would see the gouge in the earth. The geologists would be baffled. They would write papers, propose theories, a unique spheroidal weathering pattern, a previously undiscovered type of concretion. They would never, in a million years, guess the truth. And what if one of them brought a rock hammer? What if they, too, tried to take a piece? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I couldn't let that happen. My responsibility was not just to the Bureau of Land Management. It was to my people. It was to the land itself. And it was to any other poor soul who might wander into that place. My grandmother's warnings were not just stories. They were a sacred trust, a duty. My hands were steady now as I picked up the pen. My decision was made. There was only one report I could make. One lie I would have to tell to protect a truth that was far too dangerous. I began to write. I reported that had followed the poacher's trail deep into the D. Na, Zin. I noted the extreme heat and the treacherous, disorienting terrain. I wrote that the tracks became increasingly erratic, suggesting the subject was suffering from dehydration and heat stroke. Finally, I stated that the trail simply vanished in a windswept, rocky area, a common enough occurrence in the Badlands. My official conclusion was that the poacher, unidentified, had likely succumbed to the elements. His body, I wrote, was probably lost in the vastness of the wilderness, claimed by the scavengers and the sun. Another tragic story of someone who underestimated the unforgiving nature of the Bisti. It was a clean, plausible narrative. It was a lie from beginning to end, but it was a necessary one. It would close the case. It would prevent a large, scale search that might put more people at risk. It would leave the sleeping stone to its slumber. I filed the report and tried to move on. I went back to my duties, maintaining trails, talking to hikers, patrolling the endless miles of my jurisdiction. But something inside me had fundamentally changed. The world was no longer the same. When I look out at the landscape now, I don't just see rock and sand. I see the memory of the NA. I feel the weight of the stories that are buried just beneath the surface. The wilderness no longer feels empty. It feels watchful. I find myself avoiding the deeper canyons, the places where the shadows linger too long. I feel a prickle of unease whenever I see a large, isolated boulder. You cannot explain to the modern world that the monsters of legend were not all slain. The stories we tell our children are not just meant to scare them. They are warnings. They are survival guides. Monster Slayer and Born for Water defeated the NA, yes. But you can't kill a mountain. You can't kill a stone. Some of them were just wounded, broken apart, and put to sleep. And they lie dormant in the deep places of the earth, dreaming of hunger, waiting for a careless step, a greedy hand to wake them once more. The stories are real. I know. I have seen one. My official title is Park Warden, Specialist, with the Law Enforcement Branch of Parks Canada. My name is Marcus Thorne. For the past 22 years, my duty station has been Banff National Park. To most people, Banff is a postcard, a breathtaking college of turquoise lakes and snow, dusted peaks sold to the world. They see the Fairmont Chateau, the bustling little town, the gondolas gliding silently up mountainsides. They see a tamed wilderness, a playground. I see it differently. I was born in the shadow of these mountains, in a small town just outside the park gates. My father was a warden before me, and his father a guide before him. The Rockies are in my blood. They're granite and ice, a part of my very marrow. I've learned their language. The subtle shift in the wind that foretells a blizzard. The specific cry of a raven that means a predator is near. The unnerving silence that precedes an avalanche. This is a place that demands respect. A place that can strip away all the arrogance of our species and leave you feeling profoundly, primordially small. I've always found a certain comfort in that feeling. It's a humbling reminder of your place in the natural order. But what I experienced last autumn, in the fading light of the season, didn't make me feel small. It made me feel insignificant, like a mote of dust that could be erased from existence without a sound, without a trace. The call came in on a Tuesday in late September. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of decay as the aspens shed their golden leaves. It was logged as a potential welfare check, which wasn't uncommon. A backcountry campsite at the Flow Lake Trail, a challenging but popular route near the iconic Moraine Lake, was reported as abandoned. The report came from another hiker who had passed by, noting that the tents looked like they'd been left in a hurry, which was strange given the pristine condition of the site. My partner, a younger, capable warden named David Chen, and I took the call. Dave was good at his job, sharpened by the book. But he was from Toronto, He saw the park as a complex system to be managed, a series of variables and protocols. He hadn't yet learned to feel the mountains, to listen to their moods. The drive to the trailhead was quiet, the conversation purely professional. We discussed possibilities, a sudden medical emergency, a family argument leading to a hasty departure, or, most likely, inexperienced campers who got spooked by a bear and decided to bail, forgetting or not caring about the gear they'd left behind. It happens more than you'd think. People come here expecting a Disney movie and are shocked to find that the wildlife isn't here to sing to them. The car was still there. A silver rental sedan, parked neatly in its designated spot at the trailhead. A quick check of the license plate confirmed it. It belonged to the registered campers, three German nationals, 2 men and a woman, all in their late 20s. Their backcountry permit was displayed correctly on the dashboard. Everything was in order. Two in order. A prickle of unease traced its way up my spine. It was a feeling I'd learned not to ignore. The hike to the site was about 2 hours, a steady climb through dense lodgepole pine and subalpine fir. The air grew thinner, colder. The only sounds were the crunch of our boots on the trail and the occasional chatter of a squirrel. When we arrived, the scene was even more unsettling than the initial report had described. It was a picture of suspended animation. 2 high-quality tents were zipped tight, their rainflies taut. A small camp stove sat on a flat rock, a pot of what looked like pasta and sauce still on the burner, untouched. Nearby, a picnic blanket was spread out, holding 3 plates of food, plastic forks resting beside them. A bag of trail mix was open, a water bottle half full. It was as if the occupants had simply been lifted away in the middle of a meal. Dave and I did a slow, methodical sweep of the immediate area. No tracks, he said, crouching near the edge of the campsite. No sign of a bear, no cougar drag marks. Nothing. He was right. The ground was undisturbed. There was no sign of a struggle, no scattered gear, no blood. The sheer normalcy of the scene was what made it so terrifying. It felt wrong, like a violation of some fundamental law. People don't just evaporate. We followed protocol. We called it in, and a full-scale search and rescue operation was launched. For the next 4 days, that small corner of Banff became a hive of activity. Teams on foot conducted grid searches, their bright orange vests stark against the greens and browns of the forest. A helicopter crew flew thermal imaging sweeps over the valley and the surrounding peaks. Search dogs, their noses to the ground, worked tirelessly, but they kept circling the campsite, confused, unable to pick up a scent leading away from it. It was as if the trail went cold right at the edge of the clearing. The days bled into one another, a frustrating cycle of hope and disappointment. We interviewed the hiker who made the initial call. We spoke with the rental car company. We contacted the German consulate. The 3 friends, Klaus, Anja, and Stefan, were experienced travelers by all accounts. They were on the last leg of a cross-Canada trip. Their social media posts were full of joyful pictures, ending with a shot of them grinning at the Moraine Lake viewpoint, posted the morning before they vanished. Then, there was nothing. It was like the mountain had opened its mouth, swallowed them whole, and closed it again without leaving a trace. The official theories began to circulate. A freak localized weather event, a fall into an unseen crevasse, a tragic but straightforward case of getting lost and succumbing to the elements. None of them felt right. None of them explained the pot on the stove or the uneaten meal. On the 5th day, with the search winding down and a sense of grim acceptance settling in, I decided to do one last walkthrough of the campsite before we packed up their belongings as evidence. I was moving around one of the tents when my foot bumped something hard. I looked down and saw the leg of a tripod, almost completely hidden in a patch of low-lying brush. My heart hammered against my ribs. Attached to the tripod was a small, black digital video camera. It was sleek, modern, and looked expensive. But the most chilling part was its orientation. It wasn't pointed at the campsite, at the majestic mountains, or at the lake. It was aimed directly, purposefully, at the dense, dark and impenetrable wall of pine and fir trees on the far side of the water, a silent, electronic eye staring into the deep woods. The trip back to the station was conducted in a heavy, oppressive silence. The small camera felt unnaturally heavy in my evidence bag. A cold, dense object imbued with a significance that far outweighed its physical mass. Dave tried to initiate conversation a couple of times, running through the same tired theories, but his voice lacked conviction. He'd seen the campsite. He'd felt the profound wrongness of it. The car, the uneaten food, the complete lack of tracks. It was a puzzle with no logical solution, and this camera was the only piece that didn't fit. The only anomaly in a scene of chillingly perfect order. We both knew, without saying it, that whatever answers we were going to find were locked away inside its memory card. Back at the Warden Station, the atmosphere was thick with a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation. The SR teams had been officially recalled, and the case was transitioning from a rescue to a recovery, and, most likely, a mystery that would remain unsolved. We took the camera to the small, windowless tech room in the basement. A sterile space filled with the low hum of computer servers, smelling faintly of dust and ozone. It felt a world away from the crisp, pine-scented air of the high country. Dave handled the technical side, carefully removing the memory card and inserting it into a reader connected to a large monitor. "Battery's almost dead," he murmured, his focus absolute. "Good thing you found it when you did." I stood behind him, my arms crossed, my stomach a tight knot of apprehension. The first few video files were exactly what we expected. They were short, handheld clips filled with the vibrant, saturated colors of a perfect autumn day in the Rockies. We saw the three friends. Klaus, the apparent leader, with a confident smile. Stefan quieter, often behind the camera, and Anja, her laughter echoing in the vast, open spaces. They filmed each other posing in of turquoise lakes, pointing out distant glaciers, and zooming in on a curious marmot. They were happy, vibrant, and so terribly alive. Watching them felt like a ghostly intrusion, a violation of their final, joyful moments. Each clip was a small stab of grief for the lives that had been inexplicably extinguished. Just typical tourist stuff, Dave said, his voice a low murmur. He clicked through a dozen files, panning shots of mountains, jokes shared in a mix of German and broken English, the simple, mundane record of a dream vacation. Maybe the last clip shows them deciding to go for a swim or something. A fall into the lake. He was grasping at straws, trying to force a rational explanation onto a situation that defied it. Just play the last one, Dave, I said, my voice hoarse. He navigated to the final file. The thumbnail was black. He double-clicked. The screen flickered, and for a moment, it was just darkness. Then, an image resolved, grainy and indistinct. The camera was stationary, locked down on the tripod. The timestamp in the corner of the screen indicated it was just after 10:00 p.m. The scene was the one I had pictured in my mind. The view from the campsite. Across the still, black water of Flow Lake, towards the impenetrable wall of trees on the other side. The only light was the faint, silvery glow of a partial moon, hidden by clouds, which did little to pierce the profound darkness. The audio track hissed with static, but underneath it, we could hear the faint, almost imperceptible sound of whispering. The camera's microphone was sensitive, picking up the hushed, nervous tones of the campers from behind its position. Siehst du das? A man's voice low and tense. Do you see that? Bei der hohen, dünnen Kiefer. By the tall, skinny pine. A woman, Anja, whispered back. What? Ich see nits. What? I see nothing. Wait, Klaus insisted, his English now sharp with urgency. Just watch. Don't take your eyes off it. The camera lens began to zoom, the digital magnification degrading the image, turning the darkness into a swimming soup of gray and black pixels. The hum from the computer servers seemed to amplify, filling the small room. I found myself holding my breath, my eyes straining, trying to see what Klaus saw. For a long, agonizing minute, there was nothing. Just the shifting digital grain and the black silhouettes of the pines against a slightly less black sky. I could feel Dave shifting his weight beside me, ready to dismiss it. Then I saw it. So did he. He made a small, choked sound. It was a shape, nestled in the negative space between two towering fir trees. At first glance, it could have been anything. A trick of the white, a strangely shaped deadfall trunk. But the longer you looked, the more its form asserted itself. It was humanoid, but grotesquely so. It was impossibly tall, its head nearly touching a branch, a good 15 feet off the ground. And it was thin, unnaturally, disturbingly thin. It was a vertical sliver of deeper, black against the lesser black of the forest. What is it? Anja's whisper was tight with a fear that was now audible, palpable. Is it a bear standing up? That's not a bear. Stefan, the third friend, spoke for the first time, his voice trembling. It's just standing there. It has not moved. Not for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The thought sent a jolt of ice through my veins. They had been watching this thing, this statue in the woods, for 10 minutes before they even started filming. The silence on the recording stretched on, a taut wire of suspense. The only sounds were the wind sighing through the pines, and the ragged, shallow breathing of the three people huddled behind the camera. My own breathing hitched in my chest. I felt a cold sweat bead on my forehead. This wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I had ever seen or read about in any guide or manual. Then it moved. It wasn't a sudden lurch or a step. It was a slow, deliberate, and utterly fluid motion. The top of the shape, the part that resembled a head, turned. It rotated with a horrifying smoothness, like a well-oiled piece of machinery, to face them, to face the camera, to face us, even through the grainy footage. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. A physical pressure against my skull. There were no discernible features. No eyes, no face. Just a smooth, dark surface that was now aimed directly across the water. It knew they were there. It had known all along. It sees us. Anja breathed, her voice barely a gasp. And then it turned its body. This was the moment that broke me. This was the image that would be burned onto the back of my eyelids for the rest of my life. As it rotated its body to face them head on, it did something that defied physics, that defied sanity. It seemed to disappear. From the side, it possessed a perceptible, albeit slender, width. But from the front, it was a line, a razor's edge. A vertical strip so impossibly thin that it was instantly lost against the backdrop of the dark trees. It was still there. I could feel it. I knew it was still there, standing on the far shore. But it was visually gone. It had compressed itself into a two-dimensional line that the eye simply could not register. It was hiding in plain sight. The video ended in chaos. There was a choked, guttural scream from one of the men, a sound of pure, animal terror. Anja shrieked. A sharp, piercing sound that was cut off abruptly. The camera was knocked sideways, the view tumbling into a meaningless blur of ground and sky before the screen went black and the file ended. The silence in the tech room was absolute. The hum of the servers returned to my awareness. A mundane sound in a world that had suddenly been stripped of all its familiar rules. I felt nauseous, my stomach churning. I could feel the blood draining from my face. Dave slowly pushed his chair back, his face pale, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. What the hell was that? He whispered, his voice cracking. A visual artifact. Some kind of digital compression error. But I knew better. He knew better. We had both seen it. It wasn't an error. It was a tactic. A hunting technique. Something that hunts by being unseen. Something that can stand right in front of you. A whisper of a thing, and you would never know it was there. Not until it decides to turn its head. The immediate aftermath in that sterile basement room was a blur of disbelief and procedural necessity. Dave, ever the pragmatist, immediately began formulating the official narrative. It has to be a compression artifact. Marcus, he repeated, more to convince himself than me. A corrupted file. The camera gets knocked. The data stream is interrupted. And the processor just glitches. It creates a phantom image. We can't put this in a report. I didn't argue. How could I? How do you write a report about a two-dimensional monster? How do you explain that the laws of physics, as you understand them, were casually violated on a dark lakeshore? I simply nodded, the image of that razor thin line burned into my mind. We watched the clip another dozen times. Each viewing was a fresh wave of nausea, a deeper embedding of that unnatural horror into my psyche. The fluid turn of its head, the impossible frontal disappearance, the final, terrified screams. It was a perfect, self-contained nightmare. The official report was a masterpiece of omission and professional jargon. The camera was logged as evidence. The final clip was noted as inconclusive due to poor lighting and digital corruption at the end of the recording. It mentioned a faint, tall shadow that was consistent with visual artifacts or a trick of the light. The scream attributed to a probable animal encounter. The disappearance of Klaus, Anja, and Stefan was officially closed. The cause of death listed as undetermined, with the strong probability of a bear attack or fatal exposure after becoming lost. Their car was retrieved. Their belongings were shipped back to their grieving families in Germany, and the mountains kept their secret. But I knew, and Dave, for all his protests, knew too. I saw it in the way he avoided my eyes for weeks afterward. I saw it in the way he started double checking the locks on the station doors at night. He transferred to Jasper National Park 6 months later, citing a desire for a change of scenery. We never spoke of the video again. For me, there was no transfer, no escape. These mountains are my home. But the nature of that home had fundamentally changed. The comfort I once found in feeling small had been replaced by a gnawing, persistent fear of feeling insignificant. Small is a part of the natural order. Insignificant means you can be erased without a thought, a meaningless variable in an equation you can't comprehend. The video changed the way I see the world. My job, which I once loved without reservation, became a source of constant, low-grade dread. Every patrol into the backcountry is now an exercise in controlled fear. I used to love the deep woods, the cathedral like silence under the canopy of ancient pines. Now, that silence feels heavy, watchful. It's not empty, it's waiting. I find myself fixated on the spaces between things. The gap between two trees, the sliver of shadow behind a rock, the vertical line of a distant deadfall. My eyes play tricks on me, or perhaps they are finally seeing the truth. I'll catch a flicker of movement in my periphery, and my blood will run cold. My hand instinctively going to the canister, a bear spray on my hip, knowing with a sickening certainty that it would be utterly useless. I started digging, quietly, unofficially. I spent my off hours in the park archives, poring over old warden journals and incident reports going back a century. Most were mundane poachers caught, tourists rescued, wildlife encounters explained. But buried in the dry, dusty records, I found whispers. An entry from 1958, a warden describing the frantic, incoherent story of a lost hunter who claimed he was stalked for 2 days by a walking shadow that wasn't there when you looked at it straight. His story was dismissed as the ravings of a man suffering hypothermia. Another report from the 1970s detailed an entire family who abandoned their car and fled a campground in the middle of the night, telling the RCMP they saw a tall, thin man watching them from the trees. a man who folded up like a piece of paper. I even sought out a retired elder from the Stony Nakota First Nation, a man whose grandfather had been a guide alongside my own. I didn't tell him what I saw. I just asked him about the old stories, the ones not meant for tourists. He looked at me with his dark, knowing eyes for a long time before he spoke. He told me of spirits of the deep woods, ancient things that were born of shadow and hunger. He spoke of a creature the old ones called Gawa, Pak, the Thin Walker. He said it was a thing of immense patience, a thing that watches from the spaces you ignore. It doesn't hunt like a bear or a cougar, driven by simple hunger. It hunts with a cold, alien curiosity. It watches and waits, and when it has seen enough, it simply takes you. You step behind a tree and are not there when your friend looks again. You are there one moment, and the next, the space you occupied is empty. The official theory is that those three young people were taken by a bear or fell into a crevasse. That is the story the world is told, the one that keeps the tourists coming and the postcards selling. But I know what happened. I've seen that last piece of footage 100 times in my nightmares. I know they saw something in the woods that night. Something that has been here long before the park, long before the wardens, long before us. Something that hunts by being unseen. I still do my job. I patrol the trails, I talk to the campers, I warn them about the bears. But my heart isn't in it. My eyes are always scanning the tree line. And sometimes when I'm deep in the backcountry and the woods get too quiet, when the air grows still and cold, I force myself not to look at the space between the trees. I try not to wonder what's standing there, perfectly still, a razor, thin line of black against the shadows, watching me. I try not to think about how easily it could turn its head, and how, if it chose to face me, I would never, ever see it coming.